everybody here. I'm talking to you, watching on playback. We are heading back from the border. The Volkswagen Omega has been delivered. The customers are very happy with it. Last time we heard, they were in line with all of the big rigs to cross into the U.S. And it's a done deal. So now we're heading back home, and I have to contact another customer because he wants a 2000 Ram Charger.
We are telling the entire story. There's no one here.
I can tell it again. But there's people that are going to watch it on rewatch, afterwards, and they have to know what we're doing. So, no, I don't, because it hurts my throat.
Well,
it's not going to be dead air.
Fine.
And I don't sing.
I can bring up a guitar.
No, thank you. The volume, I'm muted as soon as the guitar comes on. Everybody knows that.
What's your friend that plays guitar?
Jamie? At Dodge Garage? Yes. Mute button, quick.
Let me clean my glasses.
So, we have an empty trailer behind us, and I'm at a steady 100 kilometers per hour on cruise control because it's flat right here. So it says I'm getting 14, 15 miles per gallon without anything on the trailer. The average I got with the Omega on the trailer in the last leg of the trip, which was upsies and downsies and the hills and stuff, I averaged 8.6 miles per gallon because that little truck was deceptively heavy. All of the wood in the bed, heavy little truck that a Volkswagen Beetle engine has to move. But the buyers are very happy with it. I told him I was gonna, sorry about this, Doug, but tell him about all the quirks and features. And since that vehicle has no features at all, I just told him about the quirks, of which it has a lot. But yeah, the last time I heard, it was in line. They passed one what was it, gate, I guess? And they're on to the second gate.
All right, so that's here.
Hey, Barry. Thank you for being first in both lives.
Can you hear us okay?
Do I have to yell? Because the speaker's all the way on the other side of the truck. Or, sorry, the microphone. All the way on the other side of the truck. This guy in front of us has an Arizona license plate that says Sonora 2.
Can I
guess he likes the state.
Oh, I can.
What?
I can zoom.
So now, is it as clear of the road, or are they still looking at bugs on the windshield?
They're still looking at bugs, but they can see the cars okay.
Okay.
Jay's here. Hi, Jay.
Hi, Jay. Technical adjustments here.
Alright, turn this off.
Let's see, 100 kilometers per hour is a touch over 60 miles per hour, which is what I'm doing. I need to save a little bit of gas because on the way to the border, I was averaging 8.6 miles per gallon with that heavy Volkswagen on the trailer.
Can you hear us okay, Jay? Jay says, it says hello. It says it is 26 degrees Fahrenheit, about -4 Celsius. Wow, that's crazy.
At 5 o'clock in the afternoon? 5:30? Wow. You're in for a cold night then. But can you hear us? Can you hear me? Watch, he's gonna say no. Oh. Damn, I forgot to untie my shoe again. I can't do it with the gloves.
You want to take off your glove?
Yeah, take off that glove. Thank you. Okay. Put glove again. Yes, I'm fancy. I have driving gloves on because the sun is coming in and hitting my hands through the windshield because I don't want to have lobster hands I put my gloves on.
Jay says that he hears you, but he is driving.
So am I. So I go, I just wanted to know how much louder I had to yell. But we have a few more stories to tell about this trip.
Oh boy, was it fun.
But we'll see if a few more people come in here. How's everybody's Monday and your Tuesday going? Very good. We are about 138 kilometers into an 800 kilometer trip. So we're going to be getting home really late at night, and we have to go directly to drop off the trailer and the wood that I borrowed from the guy, and then go back home. So,
And I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow.
yeah. But we're going to be hitting the bad part of the highway in Sinaloa in the dark. At least the truck isn't squatting as much as it was, so maybe my headlights will hit the road and I can see something. But I'm not putting money on it because it's still squatting a little bit. Why does 100 kilometers now feel like we're not moving? There's nobody around me, so it feels like we're going slow.
Yeah. But we're fine.
You turn your resolution up on the screen so you can see it. So you can see everything.
You mean the light, the brightness? Yeah. It goes up by itself because the sun is hitting it. So it regulates.
At least we're on a smooth part of the highway. Not many filled in potholes here. And at least they filled in the potholes here in Sonora. They haven't done it in Sinaloa. Yeah, we got to the border pretty late at night. Was able to sleep for a while because we were 3.5 hours behind schedule. We're able to sleep for a while, then get up in the morning, and that's where the story. Well, it's one of the stories. Is anybody else coming in here?
Oh yeah.
Well, it is Monday. Some people do work, like Chris today, or I think he has a job still.
The travel work?
No, he's retired. But that doesn't mean he's not working on his car or trying to keep one of his daily drivers running. Because he's the only thing he's got way out in the middle of nowhere. So, last time I drove this truck with a trailer up to the border. We dropped off the Beetle, customer took it. We came back. Just after the little town of Santa Ana, there was a military inspection. And I've told this story before, but there was a military inspection and they found something wrong with the trailer, the numbers on the trailer. So I told Mrs. Speck, well, we'll go live just after that military inspection because they're probably going to want to check everything out again. As we were pulling up to that area, they were all in their vehicles and taking off. So they closed up shop and they were all leaving. So like, yeah, we beat them. We don't have to stop for them.
I have an update.
But
Bob said that they crossed right around 2, so they are on the other side now.
very good. Very good. So the Omega is now in the United States. It's up on the customer's trailer and he's heading home. He's about 300 miles from the border. He lives in Yuma, Arizona. So, I mean, I hope he got it up on the trailer. And we'll send a message to him later. I hope he's not disappointed in the condition of it. And I will explain why if anybody else comes in here. Jay, where are you driving to? I hope you're using voice and not typing.
Voice to type. Voice to text.
Yeah, voice to text. I'm already tired. Only 650 kilometers to go. out here doesn't help anything.
Buddy Carafanos here.
Hi, buddy. We didn't know we were going to do this live, but we're all done with what we needed to do, and we're heading back home. So the vehicle's all delivered. It's now crossed into the U.S. It's up on the buyer's trailer, and they're heading home. Because it crossed an hour and a half ago. It should not have taken an hour and a half to... What time did we leave them? It was like 12 o'clock, right? Yeah, because it was 11:50 that we headed back to the hotel. So it took them 11:50 to 2 o'clock to cross. But that's not too bad. A little over 2 hours. That's not too bad. Jason had to sit there for 5-6 hours one time.
Granddad's camp is here.
Granddad. We're getting everybody from over there, from Australia and New Zealand. What time is it over there, guys? Actually, I can calculate, so 4 hours ahead. So it's 7:30 in the evening over there tomorrow. This was a smooth road. The vibrato in my voice is from the bumpy road. Okay, coming into a little town here.
You gonna pull over and clean the windshield or no?
How much can you see? Ask them if it bothers.
Is the windshield okay for you? It says it's 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday.
11:30 a.m.
Buddy Carafano says it's 5:34 in Boston, Massachusetts.
Boston. Isn't it 2 hours later there?
I don't know. Tony, can you put that one down? Okay, leave it down for you because it's really me in the face. Thank you.
It should be 2 hours. It should be 5:30 there.
It is 5:30. That's what I said.
It said 4:30.
No, 5:34
Oh.
in Boston, Massachusetts.
I have to set my cruise control again. Gradually make it back up to 100. I'm already down to 10 miles per gallon. So, come on. Get there quickly. Okay, there we go. Cruise control set. How are you doing, Granddad? We're on the highway.
Granddad says, looks like a nice day where you are.
It is. It's a very clear day.
Oh, where are you? Sorry.
Where am I? We just left the border from Arizona, and we're heading back home. We're in the state of Sonora, Mexico, heading south.
It was a bumpy trip, literally and figuratively,
Yeah.
but it was nothing we could handle.
Okay, after we went off the live yesterday, we had our lunch and decided we better head on because it's just going to get too late. So I kept watching the Omega on the trailer bouncing, and the rear end kept bouncing towards my side, towards the left. And I kept watching the space between the tire and the edge of the trailer get smaller and smaller. And I tightened down the tie downs, but it kept going and going and going, and the tire finally hit the trailer. So we pulled into one of the military revisions, and this has never happened to us before, but for the second time on the same trip, they told us to go into secondary so they could check us out. So we pulled in there, and the soldiers get up on the trailer, and they're looking at the Omega, having no idea what it is, because they get up there, they see the engine is underneath the cab, and there's no drivetrain in the back of it, and they're trying to figure out what's going on there. You know, I explained to them what it was and everything.
You opened the Omega and they got in.
Yeah, I opened the door, they looked inside and all that. So they said, okay, fine. They didn't check anything inside the truck. They just wanted to look at the Formiga. So I locked it all back up and kept watching the thing bounce towards the left. And then I had to put fuel in the truck. So I pulled into a gas station, put fuel in the truck. And now one of the soldiers, when we were there, he looked underneath the cab, you know, I guess to see how it was made or something. And I saw him reach under there. And then at the gas station, you know, he was putting fuel in the truck and everything. As soon as we left the gas station, Mrs. Speck got a notice on her phone that there was an Apple AirTag active on our vehicle. And she says, what are we going to do about it? I says, I don't know. I don't know what it is. She says, you need to pull over. This was just as the sun was going down. You need to pull over. We need to find that Apple AirTag. Because the military guys could have put it on it. The guy at the gas station could have put on it to track us, to send some of his friends to rob us or steal the truck or whatever. And that's things we have to think about here. So we pull over off to the side. Mrs. Speck is underneath the trailer, inside the truck, underneath the truck, and she finds it. She tells me, call the owner of the trailer and see if he put an Apple AirTag on it, you know, just in case somebody steals his trailer. He knows. So I call him as she's underneath the trailer and finds it. The guy says, yes, he put that on there. Don't worry about it. So, you know, we were relieved, but there was a panic for a while because, you know, some bad guys could have pulled up right behind us and stolen the Formiga, stolen the truck and trailer and everything, and we would have been out in the middle of nowhere, you know. So, unfortunately, those are the kind of things we have to think about here. But it was all resolved, and all that. Now, during this trip, and I still don't know how this happened, but earlier in the trip, we got out and saw that the taillights were bolted to a very thin piece of metal that was bent and bolted up under the bed of the truck. So one of them broke off when I went back to get the keys to the truck. Then later on in the day, I'm putting fuel in it, and I tell Mrs. Speck, you're not going to believe this, but the other tail light fell off too, broke off the back of the truck. This is not wood or anything. This is metal that just sheared off because we were doing 100 kilometers per hour, and that vehicle has never gone over 40 kilometers per hour itself. So I don't know what happened. Both of them broke off. So we bungee corded them to the chassis for the trip. So I know of an electrical shop there that was really close. So we got up early, took the truck and trailer down there, and at 8 o'clock, you do welding? He says, yeah, we do welding. So he's, okay, we're going to do this and do that, and he starts welding and welding the piece back on to the truck on both sides. And, you know, he's doing his thing, and so he tells me, hey, pull out and make a turn and go put it over there because these guys want to bring in other cars. So I pull out, and as I'm pulling out, the fender of the trailer hits the owner's Honda Civic and rips the side of the bumper off. So that got me pissed off because I told him all these extras that you could have just finished it right where it was. Now, you know, how much is this going to cost me? You know, you can see how angry I was. He didn't charge me for any of the work he did, but it's going to cost me 3,000 pesos to fix the guy's bumper. So anyway, to make a long story a little shorter, the left tail light was welded back on and works perfectly. The right tail light, they're LED 3 space tail lights with the reverse light, the stop light, and the turn signal. The stoplight on the right doesn't work anymore. The turn signal is really, really dim, and the reverse lights were never hooked up anyway. So that whole tail light needs to be replaced now, but they are back on the vehicle. And when I delivered the truck, I explained all that to them, and he's like, okay, I'll just replace the tail light in our shop over here. No problem. Here's another thing. Is there any comments?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I was waiting for you to take a breath.
I don't breathe, but okay.
Glenn Nickerson is here.
Hey, Glenn.
He said it's 5:36 in New Hampshire. That was a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
Mechanics is here.
Hey, mechanics.
And he says, good afternoon, everyone. Then Glenn Nickerson says, do they have windshield washer fluid in Mexico?
Yes, but it doesn't do any good on bugs. I can get out and clean it.
Yeah, well, the next gas station will stop and clean it.
You can stop. You can get out and clean it.
Oh, the guy? Clean it.
No, I'm not going to pay somebody to do it.
Fine.
We have glass cleaner and paper towels.
Fine. You're gonna see me, Mrs. Mexican clean in the winter. I will not put on a bikini.
No bikinis. No. Sorry, anybody else here?
So far, no.
Okay, so one more little thing. Okay, this Omega has an Omega only transmission, which means that it's a Beetle transmission, but it has an inlet for the speedometer cable. But we couldn't find the gear that goes into the speedometer cable, so it was just in a hole, right? So about 15 minutes, literally 15 minutes before I drove the Omega back up to the hotel to deliver it to them, it starts leaking transmission fluid from the back of the transmission, but was to the front of the vehicle. The Omega was not running, was not moving. The engine wasn't started, nothing. It just started leaking by itself, defying gravity. Liquid fluid coming up through the hole and coming out onto the trailer without the engine running or moving or anything. I don't know how that happened. And that was gravity defying. Fluid is not supposed to come up through a hole unless there's something pushing it up like a pump or something. But the Omega hadn't run since the day before when I put it on the trailer. And there was nothing leaking until. So it's weird with that little truck.
Glenn Nickerson asks, what do you have for road food? Cheetos are good, but everything you touch becomes orange.
Yes, we have gluten-free pretzels, which are pretty good, but we just had a really good breakfast. There's a taco place, which was down the street from the electrical place, quite a ways down the street, called Taqueria Lupita. It's an old lady that owns it, and my son's mother and I went there last time we were there, and the food was beyond excellent. They make the tortillas right there, right? They have a little station right by the window that they're making the tortillas fresh, really thick corn tortillas. And so my breakfast was scrambled eggs with bacon, and then there was little potato squares and refried beans with a little bit of cheese on top. Excellent food, excellent. The taste, everything. And Mrs. Beck had pozole. And
Pozole was delicious.
you can tell them what it is because I'm not sure. It's a little spicy, she said.
It was a little spicy, but it was pretty good. It's basically like a pork stew with spices and with like corn, but it's not regular corn. It's I don't know how to call it. It's a maíz nixtamalizado, which is a different kind of corn. It's like a
Crossbred?
No. It's like a corn that you let sit in a liquid for a long time, so it becomes really soft, and it inflates in the liquid.
It absorbs the liquid.
Yeah, so it is not chewy like corn like usually is. It is very soft. It's a different kind of corn. But, I mean, it's corn all the same, but I mean, it's a different texture of corn altogether.
Needless to say, we both cleaned our plates.
Yeah.
Because we did all of this morning, the fixing of the truck, everything, the delivering. We drove them out. We took them out with the truck on the trailer to the beginning of the road where they have to take it to do the crossing. And that was a whole big thing in and of itself because we'd never done that before. With where all the big rigs were, and we lowered it. We took it off the trailer over there, and they took it from there. Then we had to come back to the hotel, and That's when we got in the taxi to go over to the food place, which was like 12:30 before we even had anything to eat this morning. That was the only thing we had to eat today. But it's doing really well for me. So we used to go to a place right next to the hotel that you could get little tacos or something. But this place is so much better. It costs a little more because you have to take a taxi over there, but it is just so much better. And then when we left there, we walked across the street, went into a grocery store to get more money out for this trip back, and we walked back to the hotel. And we're talking about a long walk back to the hotel, uphill, both ways, but uphill, because everything in this town in Nogales it's a hilly place, so you have to walk up a hill to get something, or walk up this hill to get there. So yeah, both of our feet hurt. It was good exercise and an experience.
Brandon asks, aren't there many corners down there? This would be a speed freak street.
Many what?
Corners.
Corners?
Yeah.
Oh no, this just goes straight generally. And it's even better, it's even better, Granddad, because there's no cops out here to stop anybody. They don't care about speed. They're looking for other things out here. Like on the way north, I think I saw the whole trip, the whole 12 hours, 6 National Guard cars, which is the only police that are out on the highway. 6 National Guard cars in 12 hours. That's a good and a bad thing, because if something out here happens, there's nobody around to help you. So you kind of have to do things yourself. But you're not allowed to have firearms here, so you're kind of screwed.
Jay says, I'm home now so I can participate in the live.
Oh, that's great.
Uno's here.
Uh-oh. Careful, Jay.
And he says...
Hello, Uno, first.
And he says...
Yeah.
You want to guess what he says?
Churros?
No.
Esquites.
No.
What?
He says quesabirria. He's going to make me fat, I'm telling you. Glenn Nicholson says, as they say in Maine, you can't get there from here.
Can't?
Cannot.
Well, I hope I can.
Granddad says, wow, that's so cool.
The gas pedal. That's why I have it on cruise now, and I never use cruise. I don't like it. Let's get past this truck here. But like I was telling the guys before, I have this trip computer in the Durango, so and to get to the border from the last fill up, I was getting 8.6 miles per gallon towing that heavy Ormiga up there. It was
System live.
Huh?
System live.
Well, we'll get out of here. Should be service. We didn't have any service last time coming up. Whee!
Uno also said chicharrones.
What?
Uno also said chicharrones. Not sure which ones. I will eat all of them anyway.
Not me. Is chicharrones a euphemism?
No.
Can it be?
I guess. I don't think that'll be a euphemism. I can trabajar enough. Hold on.
I'm getting about 16 at 100 without it on it, just with the trailer. Do you guys see what's in front of me? Are we on live?
Yeah.
Do you guys see what's in front of me? The trailer loaded with furniture and all kinds of stuff. This is the 4th one we've seen on the highway. The 4th. These guys go to the U.S., they buy this stuff for virtually nothing because nobody wants old furniture, and they bring it here and sell it and make a killing on it. The owner of this trailer that I got this from, his sons do this every week or every couple of weeks. They go to the U.S., fill up trailers like that, and bring them back. But it does not look safe to me. We were behind an Astro van that was loaded inside the van, had a really shoddy trailer behind him, a one-axle trailer, and also had furniture on the roof of the Astro van. He had like a love seat folded over the side of the left side of the Astro van and just hanging there. And that's how he's driving down the highway at 100 kilometers per hour. Because I was fighting to pass him, but I didn't want to be behind him. Okay, I'm doing 120 and I'm getting 14 miles per gallon.
Jay says, Brandon says, how cheap is your fuel?
Not at all. We're paying probably a little under $5 per gallon.
Mechanic says, citizens are not allowed to have guns there. Well, that was one of my questions answered. Citizens are not allowed to have guns regularly, like if you want to have a gun, you have to prove that in a place where you fear for your life constantly. Like if you, for example, work as a
bank or something, or money exchange place.
No, not even that. But like if you work on a farm and you're out in the middle of nowhere, and somebody can just come up and rob you, and the police is gonna be 1 hour away, then maybe you could have a gun.
Yeah, but in that situation, you don't need permission. You just get rid of the person and you bury them on your farm.
Well,
you don't tell anybody.
Well, Jay says not guns there, but lots of murder.
Yeah, well, it's the old adage that if you outlaw guns, only outlaws have guns, and only the outlaws have guns here.
Rich 46129 is here.
Hey, Rich. Welcome. We're on our way down from the Arizona border back into Mexico. We are 187 kilometers coming down from the border.
Brandon says that's cheap. Here is 2.70 a liter.
Wow. And you got Australian dollars, which isn't that far off. The Mexican peso, the last time I checked, was 18. Let's call it 1850. 1850 pesos. 18 and a half pesos per dollar. So figure and every liter is $23.99 here. So we're at $4 and something. Which is rude because Mexico is the country that produces petroleum. No way the fuel should. And the only reason that it's $23.99 is because when the new president came in, she ordained that the regular fuel is going to be $23.99 per liter because it was at 26 and a half. And everybody had to lower it, whether they liked it or not. But I was just in Nogales, and they use gasoline from the U.S., so it was $20.69, I think, per liter. So I paid a lot less. Mechanic says, Jeff, friends with backhoes are good to have. Yeah. Well, it was explained to me when I first got here that you really need to have friends, because if somebody breaks into your house and wants to hurt you, and you hurt them first, you don't call the police. You need to call your friends and get rid of the evidence. That's just what you have to do, because even inside your own house, if you hurt this guy, you're the one that goes to jail. Yeah, we don't have stand your ground kind of law here. If somebody breaks into your house, you're not allowed to protect yourself with more strength than they are using. That is what we have here. So. Danny, your wife is here? Hey, Dad. If nobody knows about it, then it's fine. Yeah, well. Clean up all the evidence. I have no problem doing that at all.
asks, where in Canada are you? Is that question for me or for somebody else?
Well, it's not for us. She's talking to mechanics.
Not sure. Mechanic says we are at 140 liter Canadian. Oh, I guess he's okay.
Okay. That still puts you pretty far up there.
Dan says, hola Mexican steak a la esposa.
Hola, Dan. ¿Cómo estás? You guys leave work? We're only going to go on this live until 6 o'clock my time, because that's when Doug is coming on, and that's when Dr. Art is coming on. So I don't want to overlap and steal all of their viewers. And I know Dan's going to want to be on Doug's.
Granddad says, I'm in New Zealand, 270 per liter is equivalent to, hold on, it's equivalent to $11 per gallon.
Holy crap. Yeah, I'm going to stop complaining.
Mechanics is central and...
Want to clean the... Oh, no, never mind. It got thinner, it got narrower. I was going to stop, but that truck was there.
Mechanics is central Manitoba. I just got from Mexico, actually.
Where were you in Mexico? You go to one of the tourist areas?
Dan says, I hung out with Sonda to me for a bit.
Guess what?
I hung out with what Sonda to me for a bit.
What is that?
Is a person? Or something in
Oh, okay.
what something?
Oh, what's up? Okay. The name.
Name.
Okay. Behind me, there's like a Nissan, what looks like a Nissan Sentra with a bunch of crap on his roof. Yeah, you guys just get around me, get away from me. There's 3 cars here playing tag. Get up, go. Get. All 3 of you.
Mechanics was in Puerto Vallarta and San Sebastian.
Oh, okay. Closest I've been to there is Guadalajara. In Jalisco.
Granddad says, gas is very expensive here, driving a V8 costs.
Yeah. That's why most cars are... Here's another one with a bunch of crap on the roof. I guess Monday is crap on roof day in Mexico. Here's an old Honda. Civic. Honda Civic. Loaded down with stuff and rims and something else on the roof. Look how low that car is riding. He passes me just for me to pass it again. Let's slow down to 100.
Yes, please. Very good this year?
Well, he's been here.
But really?
He was here first.
Oh, I was just following Jay because he was saying hi to very good.
Oh.
Sorry, I was paying attention.
He was first here 2 times in a row.
I'm sorry.
He beat Buddy here.
Dan says, I hate dingleberries who want me to drive in a group of cars with them. Like those.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they know each other, but I just want to stay away from all these vehicles that are loaded down with stuff, because I don't think their brakes are going to handle all the extra weight that they put in it if something happens. Okay, so I'm at 110. Got it set for 110. And my thing says I'm getting 16, 17, 18, 19 miles, 20 miles per gallon. On the straight road.
Dan says there's crap on my roof right now. It's called snow.
Well, that'll blow off if you drive. Oh, here comes a police truck. Not National Guard, but it says State Police. Go get them. I doubt they want you, but go get them. Whoever you're going after. They're probably just going to the next place. They don't really do anything out here. They don't have any lights on or anything, which is which is weird because all the police vehicles here drive with lights on them, like they're little kids playing with lights. I can't say I wouldn't do the same, but you don't know if they're pulling you over or they're just driving behind you with their lights on. So I don't pull over.
Granddad, it says BP here 98 is 330. I don't know what that means. Dan says you're carrying more than they are.
I'm carrying?
Yeah.
I'm towing a trailer.
Jay says nice and cold today and snowy. Brenda says I'm on the West Coast South Island. Mechanic says same here, cold and snowy.
You guys live in a different world than we do. I've got gloves on so my hands don't get sunburned.
Dan says might be a mechanic or maintenance guy driving it.
Driving what?
I don't know, the guy with the wheels, maybe?
No, these are people that buy stuff really cheap in the U.S. and they bring it in here to sell, and I guess they do that over the weekend. And this being Monday, they all cross the border with all of this stuff, and they're bringing it into what they call a bazaar, and they sell all this used furniture and you know, like a kind of like a pawn shop.
Is that the police truck?
No, the police truck. No, they're just speeding because nobody's going to do anything about it. Getting to wherever they're going. I don't think they're on a call or anything. And I don't think they're chasing anybody for speeding.
Glenn Nicholson says the mechanics, how are them penny boys doing?
But this is a weird area because yesterday when we left Hermosillo, there was 90 kilometers where there was no gas stations on my side. 90 kilometers. That's when we got to the military inspection where they told us to go to secondary for the second time in one day. So it's just weird that why is there no gas stations on the other side? There's a gas station here right now.
Get up lower?
Oh, yeah. Clean the windshield.
I want to, but I'm doing it.
Well, it's for them. Do they want the windshield clean?
Apparently.
Are they demanding a clean windshield? Whee! Whee! Whoops! Whoops! I have very demanding live viewers.
Like, that was bouncy. That was bouncy.
Let's go over here.
Barracuda says my 245 Hemi 6 motor needs a 95 octane, unfortunately.
95. Wow. We have 87 is regular. 89, I think, is premium. Oh, look at all the DHL trucks.
Look at all them chickens. Here.
All right.
I have to find the paper towels.
You're gonna see Mrs. Speck for the first time. She's gonna be in front of the camera.
I've been in the camera before.
She's gonna be in front of the camera cleaning the windshield. Somebody's delivering some DHL trucks there, vans. Mexican vans, obviously. I threw everything in the back when we had the customers in here. That first van there is either a Nissan or a Toyota panel van, flat nose. She hasn't started yet, Dan. Dan said you missed a spot.
Hey! I don't see anything.
It's back there.
I see WD-40.
It's back there, I think. If not, use a wet wipe.
The wet wipe's gonna leave cream on it. Spit might be more efficient. Or the gas station.
Should I read that to her, Jay? You tell me.
guys get in trouble.
Yes, he probably is, Dan. He's probably wearing flip-flops. When you're driving long distances, you need to be comfortable. I had to untie my left shoe, my left tennis shoe, because it kills staying in the same place all this time. He wants me to read this to you. He says, she was supposed to be on camera when driving over the bumps.
Why?
Why do you think? Dan says, wow, he's pre-tripping.
There is no wind in here.
Well, I thought I had it in here. You want me to do the windshield washers? Then you can clean it with the rag?
Sure.
You're gonna need the duck.
Or, hold on.
That's true, mechanics. Now I have to pass all those vehicles again. She's not even on camera. You're not on camera. I don't think that's helping. Oh, yes it is. You have to clean the inside too. This is all on the inside. That's the inside. It's in here. All of these spots are on the inside.
I cannot hear you. What?
All of these spots are on the inside.
Yeah. Am I done?
Yeah, clean the inside. Close the door. You're letting all the cool air out. Barracuda says, Dodge in America's first made the prototype Hemi 6, but didn't go further with it. Chrysler Australia perfected it and used it in Vals. Dan says, some of them trucks look like something out of the Gates of Wrath.
You're very pushy.
Horses? I don't see no damn horses. Jace, you let it fly in. You have all these doors open. Close the doors. No, we got flies in here.
That's not gonna hurt you.
Jay says, she's wearing long sleeves. I thought it was 90. Yes, it's 90 outside, not in the truck. I have the air conditioning on.
It's like glue or something.
Up here too.
Ay, Dios mío, qué perfeccionista.
Yep.
You gonna tip me?
I can't say that on camera. Glenn says, if you need to be comfortable while driving, we won't ask what you're wearing, Spec.
He needs to wear long sleeves because of the sun.
Well, I don't have long sleeves, you do.
No, it doesn't need.
Dan says, Chrysler AC, baby. Yep. What is this guy doing? He's actually going to drive on the highway
With a stick.
with a strip with that is not. Well, you guys can't see it, but it's just guy put a medium-sized log on a trailer.
Do you want me to show him?
Where's my glasses?
You want me to show him?
Or maybe he's not going to go on the highway. Hope he doesn't go on the highway.
You want me to show him?
No,
Okay.
he's going to go this way. Well, he's going to pass right in front of the cameras. He's going to go against traffic. What is this?
So
Put the window up.
I was getting that fly out. Jesus.
We don't need any more in here. Where do I go?
Over there.
Oh.
Don't hit the person. No, he's not in front of the camera.
Get out of the way.
Don't leave any evidence.
Now all this traffic is coming. I can't get a head start. You guys in your clean window.
It does look much better.
It's clear. And change lanes, which is when I need it.
Dan says that's not much of a log.
No, but he didn't tie it down if he was going to go on the highway. It wasn't going to stay on the trailer very much. Yeah, you can get in my lane. I'm going over here.
And then he says, arriba, vaquero.
I'm getting close to half a tank. The next gas station we're going to fill up. We're going to fuel up. The next fuel station.
Jay says, how did the windshield get handprints on the inside? Because I was setting up the camera and stuff.
That's probably another sexual thing he's asking.
I know. Stop it. Go away. The doors?
You had both doors open.
Oh.
There's a problem with flies.
Stop fighting with me on camera.
All kinds of insects around this area. You get out to put fuel in the truck, you get bombarded with all kinds of insects.
Glenn says, now I can enjoy the view. See? See, they appreciate it.
I hope so.
I expect tips from the chat.
Because now I have to pass a lot of people.
Dan says, we know where Jay's man is.
Always.
And then Jay
The
says,
window down there's he's right on there.
oh my god. Yeah, he went back. No, he went back. Yeah, Jay says, sure, like the story. And then he says, it's stuck on 12, sorry. Dan says, why was that car in the median? They like to sit there for...
Could be 100 different reasons. It doesn't look like he crashed or anything. It's just pulled in there. Smart thing would do is pull off to the side, but no, he pulled in there. Don't know how he's gonna get out though. You don't know what's under this brush, so
Could be water.
could be anything.
Could be red.
Could be red. HHRs aren't known for very good off-roading.
Besides on my
It
side
says
now.
I'm getting 13 miles per gallon at 105 kilometers per hour. So we've gone 212 kilometers so far, and I'm going to need fuel soon.
Dan says, to be red, Clay?
Who said that?
Dan.
Dan, you didn't see that VinWiki episode? I might have had a different answer for the woman that said that. It could be red. You could be intelligent.
Dan says no. Jay says, you are a quarter of the way there already?
Yes. But the sun is going down quickly, so it's going to be a big drive in the dark.
Barracuda says, the Hemi 6 came in 215 cubic inch, 245 cubic inch, 265 cubic inch, high performance 265 with triple twin choke side draft. Weaver parts had 302 per pump. And Dan says, don't watch a lot of VinWiki unless I see Stevie's on.
Oh, okay. No, this was, I forgot the name, the guy that rented cars to studios and stuff in New York. It was a 356 Porsche or something. But they were doing some kind of commercial, I don't know, a perfume commercial or something. And it was a silver Porsche, I think it was, and the lady that owned the perfume company said, it could be red. And he says, you're right, it could be, but it's not. But yeah, like he's supposed to snap his fingers and the car turns from silver to red.
I can cut out. I can cut out. stored in a flatbed. It is not in its natural habitat.
Yeah.
Jay says pronounce web or carburetor.
What?
Web or carburetor? I don't know. Wait. Ah, because I said Weber carburetor, and he said pronounce Weber.
Weber carburetor.
I don't know. Dan says, what if it were a Ferrari? Then it would be red.
Some of them, yes.
Dan says, roll down your windows.
No thanks. Roll up your windows.
Dan says, Weber grill.
Now it's just saying random things.
What a snack.
You can't have pretzels right now. It's been too loud to eat on the live. I have 5/8 of a tank of gas. I'm going to fill up at half. See what happens. On to the next leg.
Dan says, I would have liked the grill tonight, but the weather is shit. That's sad.
Can't you grill inside?
That's literally what I was gonna say.
We'll say it. They probably didn't hear me.
Yeah, they heard you. And Barry says 185 horsepower from a 2-barrel Carter car, 245, and very good torque.
What kind of fuel mileage are you getting on a 6-cylinder Hemi car just driving around town?
Glenn says, are you all half full or half empty Tapukai?
Half full. Sometimes.
Dan says, grill inside, not with charcoal.
You can put a fan to blow the smoke out. So many things have happened on this trip. I don't have a choice but to be half full. It's the only way we're going to get home. Ignore the fly. They don't move very well.
Jay says, Lisa looks like peaceful and enjoyable driving. How do you know where problem areas are for trouble? What are some signs?
Most of the trouble areas are in the southern part of the country, where there's more population. There's nobody out here, so not much happens out here. But when the sun goes down, I'm going to find a big rig or two to stay with, and I'm going to stay between them, or I'm going to stay behind them. So whatever they come upon it first. I'm not going to be out driving by myself.
Bruno says, can we get some firecrackers? Is that food?
Did we have firecrackers?
Can we get some firecrackers?
Why, did they come from Mexico?
I don't know.
I don't either.
That was here.
Hello.
He says, hello folks. Play it again.
How's it going over there, Towel?
Mike is here. It's Mike and
Hi, Mike.
That's Kate.
Yeah, Mike and.
I can't pronounce
That's
it.
all we need to know is
Okay,
Mike.
Mike and.
Mike and.
Mike is here and he says, hi guys, hope it's been an eventful trip so far. Oh, if I told you. Wait a minute, Mike will tell you.
So many events. Maybe I'll do a video and explain it all.
You should.
Yeah, I should. And then you're gonna have a video of it.
Go ahead.
I didn't film them driving it away.
You did not.
I did not record them driving it away.
You didn't take a picture either.
I didn't take a picture. We're gonna have to imagine that part of it. Or we'll do an AI. Type in customers driving away in a Volkswagen Omega.
You
Go.
can ask for the
video?
For a video or a picture. I was just on the road today. Dan says the glass is neither half full nor half empty. The glass is twice as large as it needs to be.
Well, I have a tumbler with a top on it, so I have no idea how full it is.
Yeah.
I do know it's heavy. I do know that I need to drink.
Granddad's stable brother is stepping in. Barry says, don't know about around town, but 24 miles per hour-ish on the open road.
Miles per gallon.
Yes, miles per gallon, sorry.
That's not bad. I'm not getting that. I'm getting 14, 13. It's averaging 14.1 so far on this trip, which is better than my last leg getting to the border, which was 8.6 with the Ormiga on the trailer. So I'm not complaining at all. I'm getting a lot more kilometers out of my half a tank. So it'll be much less to get home than it was to get there.
Tabo answers to Granddad about his message about sleeping in. He says, yeah, I can do that now, so I do.
Guess who's gonna sleep in tomorrow?
Not me.
Not you. You have to be up early to go to the doctor.
And then work.
You can sleep in between.
I guess. Bono says, are you bringing back an empty trailer?
Yes, I am. My truck deserves a break. The Ormiga was deceptively heavy with all of that wood in the bed and the wood around the bed. The rear end of this truck was dragging. I've never seen this truck like that. We took a Beetle up to the quarter and it didn't even look like it had a trailer on the back. So, I don't know. I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah, I know.
What? I can't read it. I have gloves on so my hands don't get sunburned, and I have sunglasses on, and air conditioning in the truck. Although I've done this trip in many cars with no heater or air conditioning in them. The last one I brought up to the border was the 69 Black Dart in the middle of summer, in the middle of the day with no air conditioning and the windows down. You just sweat a bit more and keep going.
He's telling me again that it's an air tag.
Good, we know about it this time.
Yeah. Dan asked what tomorrow's like.
Tomorrow's like sleeping.
I think I was talking to Tabo.
Oh.
Uno says Glenny is B9E SWR. I don't know what that is.
It's probably an engine.
Granddad says, welcome to Retirement Brotherhood. Brotherhood is a great job, isn't it? Dan says Ormiga. Mike says, man, sorry to hear that. Hope everything is okay.
I really hope the next one that this same customer wants is not another Ormiga. Because I did not enjoy driving it or working on it. Before we put it on the trailer, I cleaned the whole thing inside and out. Mrs. Beck helped me a little bit on the inside. I cleaned the chassis, the wheels, hubcaps, cleaned out the whole wood bed, cleaned all the wood on the side. And then it got all dirty on the trip because the Ormiga was taller than my truck, so all the bugs were hitting the windshield direct on. Oh boy. But I'm glad that the Formiga is now in the United States. It's up on the trailer of the customer, and they're on the way home. Done deal. They're happy with the whole thing. They're happy with the truck. They're happy with the whole deal. They're happy with me.
Tavo says that's Imperial gallon, 4.54 liters.
I didn't take any pictures of the broken taillights either.
You did?
I took video. Well, you'll have to edit a video where
Yes.
because I've been doing voiceovers, but I have not been putting. I think what I'm gonna have to do is do a voiceover on each picture and then edit them together. I don't know how it's gonna sound when it's all together, but because I'm doing the voiceover, but the pictures aren't lining up with what I'm talking about. So I think it would be smarter if the pictures, if I'm talking about the engine, I should have a picture of the engine, I guess.
Tavo says, answers to Granddad's joke about retirement. He said it's not a bad job, but the pay is lousy.
Yep. Love found that out too.
Dan says, oh God, I slept till 10:30 yesterday.
10:30 on a Sunday? All the way through, or did you go to church first?
Barracuda says, what miles per gallon have you got out in a 245 Hemi? Dan says, Beetle is light.
Yes, it is. I thought the Omega was light too, but I took the two panels, the wood panels off. What?
I'm cold.
Well, then move it away from you. It's still hot in here.
Like a big book.
Yeah, the Beetle is light, but I took the two rear panels, the wood slats off, and I had them inside the truck here, so it would get better, it was better flow off the back. And those two were heavy. So you add that to the wood that's on the sides, that goes all the way around the bed, and then it had a wood bed as well. That is a lot of wood. Wood. A lot of wood.
You're such a child.
It was a heavy vehicle, even though it doesn't look it. And consider the fact that the Omega is smaller than a Beetle. It's shorter and it's less wide than a Beetle. Doesn't look it in the pictures, but it is.
Not in real life. It looks longer than a Beetle.
No, it's not.
And taller too.
Taller, yes. I'll give you that one. But definitely experience dealing with one in person.
Lester's here.
Lester, thank you for joining us. The Omega is delivered, crossed, and on the way to its forever home in Yuma, Arizona, Lester. And the customers are very happy with everything I did, even though many issues arose. I'm going to have to do a video explaining everything that happened on this trip. From the forgetting the keys in the house, and we had to go back to get it, which put us 3.5 hours behind. And then 2 military inspections. They sent us into secondary to look us over. Oh, all kinds of stuff.
I'm gonna have to write it down to keep it.
Oh, I'm not gonna have to write it down. It's in the head. I told the stories enough times.
Tavo says, I get about 18 miles per gallon around town, low 20s highway. Jay says, what do houses and apartments cost where you guys live?
Us?
Yeah.
I can tell you what I pay rent on my house.
But it's not a regular.
No, it's a
France price.
Well, we've been there for 14 years now. It is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath with it's double property because there's 2 lots together. The other lot I keep my cars on behind a gate. The property, the house that I'm in, the whole area was built for the workers of the sugarcane plant. The original families that worked in the sugarcane plant. Oh, that dropped down to 6 miles per gallon. That downshift. So the same families own the houses, but the plant is not open anymore. What's going on up there?
I don't know.
Anything? I see it flashing over
Yeah,
there.
but I don't think it's police or anything.
So the same families own the houses, but they don't live in the houses anymore because there's no sugar cane. They closed it. Yeah, there's something going on.
Yeah, something.
So I'm renting from the family, and I'm paying. How much do we pay? 4,000 something.
4,100.
4,100 pesos per month. I hope they don't say anything about the camera. I don't think these are the good guys. Maybe they are, maybe they're not.
Guys, low profile. Keep quiet.
Yeah. Shh.
Let us talk.
See what happens here. We don't have the Ormiga anymore, which I think is the bad luck thing.
Definitely not good guys.
Okay. Nope, that is not a police truck that had flashing lights. It was just a truck with flashing lights on it. It's not a police truck at all, so those were probably the bad guys. But they just waved me through, so we're fine. Now you can talk again, guys.
My turn. We are in one of the states that the prices of housing is slightly more expensive,
We are?
but
Guadalajara is.
we do not live in a main area. So, like,
They don't live in an expensive area.
yeah, we don't live in a
Actually, the area that we live, it's very rare to find a house for rent. I just found it because a friend of mine that he had a stereo shop, and this was many years ago. And he says, "Oh, my family has this house, for rent, and it had room for parking there, and it was absolutely perfect for what I wanted." So rented the house back then, and then a couple years later, he disappeared off the face of the earth.
He was disappeared.
Yeah, he disappeared. Nobody ever found him. The cartel, all that bad stuff happened to him, and I don't know why, because it was the nicest guy. They never found him.
I think what happened was that somebody was at his shop that they wanted, and they just went in there and took everyone.
Well, he did have contacts with the cartel, because he told me that when my friend had to pay the 1,000,000 pesos each bounty on my head, Chris's head, and his head, he said, "You come to me and we'll make arrangements to pay them something, but not the whole thing." So he did have contacts with the cartel. So I don't know what he did with them. Somebody got pissed off and he disappeared.
That says, "I'll suck up the sun when I can. I can get dark enough to where black people are trying to make eye contact with me from 100 feet away. Then when they get up close, they're disappointed." Dan says, "Oh man, it's just apple from the Simpsons." Wait. I think Uno was talking, the B9E, I think was talking about the clinic or something. There's clinics on B9E. So I think he's talking about that. And he says something like, Uno says, "I thought it was part of a shortwave radio frequency." Dan says, "I think they stopped making pennies in the USA."
Did they?
I don't know.
There's not going to be any 26 pennies.
Barracuda says, "I remember Wheels magazine claiming 30-ish miles per gallon out of a lean burn 245 inch IN.
Yeah.
I think CL Valiant seems incredible."
Flashing lights on the other side.
It's an ambulance.
Looks like an ambulance.
Ambulance.
Yeah.
Brandon says, I paid $177K for 10 acres small house and completely off the grid. That sounds nice.
No neighbors at all. That is heaven. I must admit, when I brought the trailer, I told my neighbors I was bringing a trailer in, and they accommodated me by getting all of their cars out of the way so I could have room to turn around and park and everything. So that was nice of them. One of the cars didn't run, and they said, "Oh, no problem. We'll just push it into the carport there," and they did. So I had plenty of room to maneuver.
Says Lori, could have probably with overdrive and a 12-year Outback. Double says to Barry, BF Pacer broke the 30 miles per gallon on a 1969 Mobile economy run.
Okay, what do we got up here? There's a vehicle with flashing lights going slow, which means these trucks are going to be coming into my lane. So I'm going to slow down.
Buddy says,
Flash my lights.
you need an enclosed trailer.
So they can get over.
That's what I was saying. You need an enclosed.
I need an enclosed trailer?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Why?
Because the gas mileage towing one of those, it's like towing the Ormiga everywhere you go. It's a brick.
Oh.
No thanks. I had a trailer myself, but I sold it in 2010. I bought it new, sold it in 2010 because it was just taking up room. Now I just rent this. It was 2,000 pesos. It was about $100 to rent this for 2 days. So, well, a little more than that, a little more than $100. But I don't have to deal with its maintenance or registration or tires or anything else, or storing it for the next 3 months that I don't need it.
Why do people keep calling me from random places? Now New York is calling me.
Your number got out there somehow. Do they know they're calling Mexico?
Shit. Maybe from LinkedIn.
Are you on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Why?
Job prospects?
Oh. Well, maybe they're calling you for a job from New York.
Travel says, and yes, the CM 245 4-speed it was got over 30. Dan says, are just a very tall gear, like 2.261. Uno says, did you find me an up or a Karma Gia?
There's Carmen Diaz here, but I'm not sure you want them. I posted one in one of the lives. It was supposedly a 59 Carmen Dia, but it had 72 taillights on it. Tell me how that is possible. Tell me how that's possible. It could be the other way around. You could have 59 taillights, but 72 front lights. That I'll believe. But you can't tell me a 1959 has those huge sculpted in taillights on it. No way. So if there's 59 bins on it, then something's really weird about it.
Travel says CM 245 ELV Hemi 4-speed manual direct top 2.92 rear.
He's just making up numbers and words.
I guess so. Are you busy?
Just to make you.
I think it's busy.
He's taking these words just to make you repeat them.
Dan says decorated for Halloween and call it the Hormiga. I was calling it the Atomic Hormiga because it's not really radioactive Hormiga because of the color. It was so freaking shiny green, like I don't know.
Why are these people putting on brake lights?
I don't know. That Barracuda says that tested the VH for MPG 24 and nobody had a lighter foot than him. Dan says, dang, 30 mpg out of a 1.1 through 292.1. That's good. At what speed? have to return an average of 50 miles per hour over about 600 miles. And as John says, my wife's 265 CL Goose very fast spins the wheels to easy, probably bend work.
What is this car's problem? No, toll booth. Why are you sitting behind a bus?
Dan says, I'm pretty sugar too. Tavo says, so accounting for slow driving through towns, they would have had some stretches at around 60 miles per hour. Then Dan says, roadway in Mexico. Dan says, cartel or cops? Cartel. Tavo says also...
That was from way back there?
Yeah, we're way behind on the track. You keep talking.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was cartel.
Tavo says, also remember to Dan that is an Aussie gallon around 20% more than a US gallon. Dan says, oh, okay, hadn't considered that. Still quite good. Tavo says, just over 25 miles per US gallon.
I can take my gloves off now because the sun is out the window over there.
Did you fix your shoe?
Did I fix my shoe? This is 218.
Is your shoe okay?
Yeah, it's loose. It's 218.
200.
I should probably be driving with my fog lights on. Although I don't like the negative charging. So we go through a toll booth, which is, it says it's 109 for a car, but we have 2 extra axles on the trailer, so it doubles it. No, wait a minute. This is going to be more, right? Because it's 55, which is 110, plus 109. So that's going to be 219. Let's see if they charge 219 or 218 for it. I got a blue bus behind me, really close to my trailer.
That was just over 25 miles per US gallon. Barracuda says, Tavo, how long can I expect the wheel bearing S in my 2.92 differential to last? As far as I know, they are in the 1971 originals. Tavo says, to vary pretty much forever. Tavo says, can't say I've ever changed any in a VH onwards. Early ones were different and failed.
Well, that must be the little thing. When to start this? Doesn't say how much. Gracias.
I got 1 piece of change.
Yeah, so 219. Well, they can't really cut in half 109.
Hold on.
What? Did you go out?
Yeah.
You're risking that window stop working. There's all kinds of reasons. These windows are stopping. So just don't mess with it anymore.
That's on you.
No, just don't mess with it anymore. We don't need that problem on this trip.
Wait.
Okay, for right now, fog lights on.
Do you think the barrier between the engine and the car is like has a color or something? That's what the sound is?
No. What sound?
That sounds like a speaker.
That's the...
It sounds like wind, but...
That?
No, like the sound that sounds like a speaker.
I don't know. I have one of those stupid air cleaners on.
Barracuda says, do they get looked for the diff oil or differential oil? Tavo says to Barracuda, correct? Barracuda says that's good. Tavo says, hey Mex, I can tell you're not an Australian driver. When that semi put the signal on, an Aussie would have sped up alongside it.
I create as much good karma as I can with the big rigs. I flashed my lights at both of them so they could both get into my lane because that vehicle up there was going slow. I create as much good karma as I can with that stuff.
Lester says renting a trailer sounds like a good idea. Jay says, since my phone still ain't ringing, I assume it still ain't you. Jay says, shiny green light by Lambo project. Dan says, Lots of semis looking out the trailer brakes on this road.
Yeah, all the
Locking up
skid
the
marks. Yeah.
Brenda says, what's happening here?
Okay, Hermosillo is this way, right?
I can tell.
Yes.
Yes. As Ford Expedition, they still make those. Dan says, ouch. Barry says, who made those BH onwards differential style? Ford, Warner, I suppose BG's had the same. Jay says, the blue bus is calling out. Apparently that's a song. And Glenn says, maybe the bus wants to get up on the trailer and get through the toll booth without paying.
I don't think so. He was much wider than the trailer.
That was this to Barry. Yes, both Ford, Warner, but BH had tapered bearings. BG used the same as all before it, straight rollers. Jay says, our comments don't have the context so far behind. Dan says, there was a skid mark right there as you said that. Barguda says, good info, thanks. That's it. No, Jesus. You guys talk a lot.
They're talking between themselves.
Let me have some drinks. Stop talking.
I don't like people that put their brakes on a highway.
I'm out of water. Do you have ice?
It's very cold.
I don't want cold water.
It's very cold. Then you have this little Renault Kwid that can't keep up with traffic. Supposed to be doing 50 through here, so I'm doing 110.
Here's a question for you. Granddad says, what is the toll for?
The toll,
Wait, and then answers, the toll is for home the bells for.
this is a toll road. You have a choice of going on the free, but it's not recommended. This is a toll road, and the advantage to that is if you break down or whatever, you call a phone number and they will send out a truck to help you free of charge. Assuming you have cell service where you break down.
Yeah.
We're not on Hermosillo yet, are we?
Yeah, they also, every so often, they have like water areas, like if you have radiator problems or something, you can stop to fill up water.
We're not in Hermosillo, are we? There's a lot of civilization here.
We are at...
There's a police vehicle right there, municipal police. So this is a town. And it looks like big buildings.
We are reaching Hermosillo, yes.
Wow. Okay, so
Not quite, but yes.
I need a gas station. I need to fuel up. I'm at exactly a half a tank.
Dan says, dollhouse cookies. Barracuda says, I heard there's a toll to pay on Greymouth Bridge. Is that right? Where is the Greymouth Bridge? Greymouth?
I need the next fuel station. How did we get here so fast?
Jay says, are you traveling through different states? Only two.
Oh, this one and then our state.
Yeah, we're in Sonora right now, and then we're gonna go through Sinaloa.
Lights are over here.
Tavo says, if anybody has some, I need front spindle nuts for an early A body with 9-inch drums. Do you have any?
Can't say that I do.
Well, if anyone has.
Why does it have to be early A body?
I don't know.
Why would they change it from one body to the other with 9-inch drums?
Granddad says it was an April Fool's prank. We don't even have traffic lights. Dan says I put 4 cans of beans in my chili last night, but have been silent. I was back today.
Did you sleep in the room with your wife?
Was it good? I want some. Can you send me some? Dan says, I'm going to have chili again tomorrow. That's what I do. I make soup for the whole week. Barracuda says, are they hard to get, Tavo?
They've been accelerated.
Dan says it's pretty good. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna move you. Hold on to your pants. Hold on. I can't push that button.
Of course, I need fuel, so there's a few. Oh, there's a gas station. Right there.
Hold on. Hold on. Close your eyes so you don't puke. Oh, it's so glued. It's glued.
From the heat.
Yeah. Oh, no, over here. Over here. There you go. There you go.
Buenas tardes.
Okay.
Quiero llenar con.
What does it smell like? It smells like food. Somebody must be eating around here. What was that comment? Her butt was glued to the seat from the heat. No, it wasn't my butt. It was the phone holder, because it's like a, how do you call it? Like a pressure cup, but it also has like some kind of like glue at the end. So it was difficult to unstick it from the windshield because it was sort of melted. Is this place owned by Indians? I don't know how to answer that, darling, because we're Mexican, so we do have Indians in our blood, but not your kind of Indians. Copyright music? Ooh, that might be a problem. In USA, all of these places are owned by people from India. Oh, not that kind of India, no. We actually don't have as much, at least not in my area. We don't have as much Indians. What is it called? I was gonna say tourism, but it's not tourism. Just people. We have a lot of Chinese though. No, that's just the gas station guy. What's next? I didn't muted you. Oh. There you go.
A 1,070. Wow. 275.1. 121,509.
That was actually not my phone, it was his phone. He was getting an update.
I don't need an update. Okay, we're back to zero on the trip odometer.
Down to 1,070 pesos.
Yes,
Hold on.
1,070 pesos.
Messages.
Plus a 10 peso tip for the guy, because he cleaned my windshield.
Barracuda asked Tabo if they're hard to get, the pieces that he wants. Dan answered that it's pretty good, it's chilly. Tabo says the Barracudas is crazy size 11/16 times 24 TPI.
Huh.
Glenn Nickerson says chili today, hot tamales. Tabo says, what was that comment? Her butt was glued to the seat from the heat. But I already explained that. Dan says, is this place owned by Indians?
Why?
I don't know, but no. I mean,
What would be an Indian in Mexico?
yeah. Like I think you meant Indian from like from the Indias.
No, we don't have that here.
No, we don't really get Indians here. We get some Chinese. Then Jason makes a point out, Mexican bug guys and copyright music.
I'm not monetized anyway, so.
Bargona says there must be a record that can help. Lester says, haha, Dan says, in the USA, all of these places are owned by people from India.
Not here.
Lester answers, Dan, and many motels. Jay says, bug guts gone.
Yeah. A motel here is a place you take your woman for an hour or two to do what you need to do, then you go home. A hotel, you stay overnight. That's the definition here in Mexico.
Yeah. Tavo says, same.
I will need to know where I'm going.
Oh.
We're going through Hermosillo here. I don't think we're going to stop here.
Oh,
Really?
I
What?
can't see both things at the same time.
Oh. We have one more hour on the live.
Tavo says, same down here now, unless it's one of the few owned by oil companies, then they just employ Indians. And Jay says, we just saw Spec.
Did we?
No, we saw the guy cleaning the windshield.
Oh. That wasn't me. Although you can think it was. If you want.
And Dan says, Indians love cowboy lore too. Just look at how many of them hang a horseshoe above their front door or their business. Lester answers, Dan, lots of Indians in Westchester. Dan says to Lester, true. Mason Tio? I don't know what that is. Oh, my eyes.
There's not a big call for Indians from India to be coming to Mexico. It would not be a step up for them.
Glenn says, who needs a rearview mirror? What behind me doesn't concern me.
I can see out the back of my truck now. All the way north, I had these beady eyes from Ormiga staring at me.
Dan says to Lester, one of the hotels on Reed Hartman has or had a horseshoe hanging over the front door. Dan says no.
Stay more to the right since there's a big rig to my left.
Dan says no tell motel.
That's not what they're called, but yeah. When you drive in, they don't look at you. They don't nothing. You pull into the garage. They close the garage. You pay through a little hole in the wall, and you have the room for a couple of hours.
Jay says, wonder what they're doing for an hour or two.
Use your imagination, Jay. I know you're capable.
Barry says, Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez here.
Dan says, one of my friends from India went to college for engineering over there, and they taught him blacksmithing. Lol. I agree with Jay. So you want the? I can.
I'm assuming we're just going straight down this road, and we're gonna come out the other side.
Let me confirm.
I'm not sure what road we're on. Don't come near me. GWM. That's another Chinese car.
I don't think so.
I just cleaned my window, dipshit.
Don't call
Sorry.
it that.
I didn't say that. Can you guys see the little Chinese car that's to the right? The big lights? GWM is the manufacturer. And I think I'm gonna need my regular glasses.
We're supposed to make a left on here.
Go on, you got room now, bus? To make your lane
Hey.
change? What? I just want to make sure he doesn't hit my trailer.
We're supposed to make a left here
Well, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that.
on the next one on the light.
Yes, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. There's a solid line of traffic here. Are you sure?
Yeah, because the highway is not this one. It's over
Well.
here. We're actually supposed to follow Tupesa.
There's both of these turn lanes?
I don't know.
Oh, looks like he's turning, so I'm turning. These are my
Same.
regular glasses.
Oh, of course. They're right here.
And of course, as soon as we turn, there may be a bright sun, so I may need them back.
Do you need your gloves?
No,
Okay. I'm gonna leave
not
it
unless the sun is shining at my hands again.
Give me a minute. Mark's Sabé's here.
Hey, hi, Mark. How long have you been here that we didn't know about?
He says I just got in from plowing snow. Jay asks Mark, wow, you had enough to stop snow to plow? Dan says, we only got like an inch of snow. I pushed the shovel a little. Tabo says, GWM, Great Wall Motors, big in Aussie land.
Yeah?
Dan says, goes one new, GWM. Tabo says, that left turn ain't happening.
It sure is. I'm gonna get...
Look.
What?
Tesla.
It's definitely happening. Now where do I go?
Granda's straight. Granda's Junglist, look at all the traffic. Look at all the traffic bugger that. Mark says to Jay, not too much, but you also had to hook up plow and move stuff in the yard. Tabo says, look at the tiny Ram. Wouldn't that be a lamb?
That's a Ram 700, but it's actually a Fiat with a Ram name on it. Fiat engine under the hood, so not recommended. Mark, did you get your plow truck moving and doing again? Did you get the brakes done on it? This is the street we stay on now?
Yes. I'm glad you asked me right as we needed to turn. See?
Okay. It says Hermosillo Centro. That way.
We're supposed
Am I going to
go
Guaymas or am I going Centro?
straight? Oh, this way.
Follow the road.
Yeah, follow the road.
Okay.
Follow the bus.
Believe it or not, that was a woman that was walking there.
What? I didn't saw.
Masculina. Whee! It's a green light. It's a pretty tight quarters here with buses and big rigs. I'm trying to stay in my lane. No, you don't get on a bus. No, you don't get a bus.
This street is gonna turn that way.
It is.
It is.
See if the bus can stay in his lane. He's working on it. When we're on one of those Tufesa buses, by the time we get to Hermosillo, I'm already asleep. So I don't know if they come this way or not, or they go around the other way. I went through all the trouble of making sure the VIN was correct on the VIN, and none of these military guys even asked me about it. There's still a chance, though. We still have more ahead.
We're gonna turn with
Remember
the street.
when we return the trailer that we need to take the registration card out of here.
Okay. We're gonna turn with the street. Oh, I think it's also pulling a trailer. Which is nice.
Right turn into right turn. I mean, left turn into right lane.
Yeah. Sorry guys, I'm not looking at the chat right now.
Just trying to get through this town. So talk amongst yourselves. Discuss.
Discuss. And this is the street. So we're gonna follow all the way out.
All the way up. Okay. I'm fine.
Oh, never mind. It does turn.
Oh.
But it all, but it now, like
How far up?
a ways up.
So can you get back to the shack for a couple of minutes? I'm just gonna stay behind this trailer. Maybe he knows where he's going. There's no license plate on this trailer at all.
Dan says Kenworth dealer. Mark Sobe says I did get it moving, but I didn't finish the brake job. No air in the lines at least.
Okay.
Don says I thought that was a guy. Tavo says that road looks like one of our best here.
Are you skidding your trailer tires? No license plate on this trailer at all.
Jay says rojo light.
No. Luz rojo. Flip it around.
It will be roja.
Yeah.
Jay says to Mark, what kind of truck do you plow with?
A rusted one.
Mark answers to Jay, Auto Silverado 2500 LD.
And rusted.
Glenn says, follow the yellow brick road.
I'm looking for it. You guys want a Mitsubishi pickup? There's an L200 right there. That's at least a better looking truck than the earlier one they had. This truck is running really smooth right
I
now.
want a blanket. I'm cold.
Get it? Keep it away from here.
I'm
I
working
need
on
this stuff.
it.
This truck is running really smooth right now.
You're very
Okay, I'm going straight, right?
yes, I have a blanket now. Granda says to Tavo, brother, when you doing another live?
Now I'm in the middle lane when I was in the right lane.
And Mark answers to you, very rusted. Mark says -3 Celsius here. Give me a minute, let me check the map.
Hermosillo is the big city in the state, so it takes a while to get across to get to the other side. We're really not hungry at this point, so there's no reason to stop here.
No, I have snacks.
Yeah, as soon as we're off the line, we can eat the pretzels. They just make too much noise, but they are good. Surprisingly, being gluten-free. Okay, that was not as violent as the earlier ones.
Yeah.
So, Toyota Yaris. I'm trying to keep the trailer in between the white lines so I don't hit anybody on either side.
Jay says, awesome, GMT 800 platform. Me too. I have a 2000 Yukon with a 4.8 and 262,000 miles. There you go.
262.
262,000 miles that I plow with. I managed to figure that out. That was just to Granddad's, not for quite a while, maybe never.
I had an Oshkosh snowplow as a Hot Wheels. That's about as close as I ever got.
You don't like doing lives, Camo? Glenn says, these pretzels are making me thirsty.
That was a line from Seinfeld.
He said that.
Yeah, Kramer still never got it right.
Granddad's
And what is this in the road?
cardboard.
I don't want to run over anything. You never know.
Yeah. Granddad says, Maxie, what engine is in that truck you're driving?
5.9 liter Magnum. I've got
Did you sound proud when you said that?
121,519 kilometers on it, and the truck is 26 years old. This month.
You sounded proud when you said that.
It's not a 4.7, I can tell you that.
Mark says the J, I have the thirsty 6.0 liter in mine. Barracuda says it's a show about nothing.
That's what they said it was, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tabo says, yeah, that is definitely like an Aussie major highway. Granddad says, are you still going to post videos? Oh, no, Tabo. Let me check the road again. 1 minute.
I'm just following the trailer. I can't see in front of it. I don't know where I am. Nothing.
Yeah. We're basically going to follow this highway, and the highway is going to divide. It's going to have signs on top, should have signs on top, and it's going to say, someone go that way, someone go that way, we're going to go that way.
We're going to go to the right?
Yes.
Okay, I hope I can see the sign beforehand because I can't see past this thing.
I'll keep, it's coming, but I'll let you know.
I can see Boulevard Paseo del Lago.
I'll stay on the GPS for now.
23.89. They lowered it 10 cents. We're not seeing too many Mexican-only cars. There's a Versa over there, the cockroach cars. There was a Sentra that just stopped. This is a Mitsubishi Lancer. Do you guys get Lancers over there? I think you did.
That is something. It looks much better someday.
Another cockroach there. To the left. Following a guy towing a trailer was following a guy towing a trailer, and I'm following the guy towing the trailer. But the other guy just moved over to the left, so I don't know who's in front of him.
The division is coming up.
Now the Lancer wants to get in. Should I get mad that he wants to get in between us?
The division is coming up, see?
So which way I want to go? I want to go to Guaymas?
Yeah. You're just gonna stay on my side.
Okay, well, I'm going to move over then. Because there's only 2 arrows for the 2 right lanes. I watch a lot of videos of the crashes and stuff. Somebody does a lane change in front of somebody and they get so angry, like it's their, like they own the property.
Uno wants to know what cucaracha means, or why you say cucaracha.
It's a cockroach. Cucaracha.
Yeah, but like why?
The Versa is a cockroach because they're everywhere and nobody wants them there. Especially when they were new, everybody had that style Versa. They were taxis, they were rent-a-cars, they were everything. They were Ubers. They were absolutely everywhere. We actually rented one to go to Guadalajara, and as we're driving it, the left headlight bulb blew out. So we had to run with the high beams on the whole way. And
start making your way towards like slowly, but start making your way.
We had to.
You have time. You have time.
Okay, well, this guy's gonna get squashed right now. I'm not asking your permission. You think you're gonna race up on me in a Nissan? I don't think so.
You need to be on the other side because you're gonna turn eventually.
Well, then I might as well just do it now while the Mercury behind me is lacking. So I watch these guys on these videos. They rush up. It's their property. They can't let anybody in. It doesn't make any sense. Then I see in the comments, a turn signal is not, doesn't mean that you can get in there. Well, I'm not asking anybody's permission. When I need to get over, I'm putting the signal on telling you I'm getting over and I'm getting. That's just the way it is. I learned that when I was driving my 63 Cadillac hearse. I put the signal on and I get in. Nobody ever challenged me in that car anyway. Okay, where are we going? Did we just miss?
Yeah, we were supposed to go down there. Dang it. Hold on. Doesn't tell me when you're up here.
Now where do I go? Get to the right?
Yeah, get to the right so we can get off on the next turn. I don't think it's gonna be that difficult. No, wait, stay to the left. I think we can make a U-turn. We can make a U-turn.
And do what?
Make a U-turn and go outside.
Okay.
On the outside. Instead of up again, on the outside.
So try to make a U-turn here?
Yeah.
In this. Maybe I should have gone to the next light that actually had a light. Well, it's got to turn red at some point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go a little further so I can have room. Now we wait.
Why is it
I'm not saying that I'm an aggressive driver, but when I need to get over, I'm going to do it. I'm not asking anybody's permission. Okay, I got my chance. Let's make a U-turn. There's an OXO everywhere.
Yeah.
Robust.
Okay, so we're on the Audi.
Okay. This is a rough road here, so bear with all the moving around of the camera. We have about a half hour left before. Do you guys want me to stop the live at 6 o'clock my time, or do you want to keep going? Because Dougster's coming on and Dr. Art's coming on, and I'm sure Dan will want to run over to one of those. Suzuki Baleno. What the hell is a Baleno?
No me suena.
No, it's kind of wide. It's short and wide, like in a computer. They flattened it out and they stretched it. So hey, that looks good.
Are their wraps okay? They look okay on this side.
I'm getting a flashback to going the other way. When we come off, you know, Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's called Kentucky Fried Chicken again. It's not just KFC. Bucket Mania. 199 pesos for a bucket of chicken.
It's what Jay Leno drives.
What?
I don't know.
Oh, Baleno? Ballena is a whale. It is kind of fat.
Jay says, I have to go. Mrs. Fun just got home with dinner. Oh, enjoy.
What are we having, Jay? Where's that coming from?
I don't know.
I hear a siren. Sun's going down, so we are going to be driving a lot in the dark. Hey, there's a buffet over there. We haven't been to a buffet since like
now,
2019.
Definitely straight. Straight all the way out.
Ahead, but never straight.
Okay.
Watch it, little Volkswagen.
Let me see.
Will you stop turning my overdrive off, truck? I know I don't need it right this second, but I'm going to.
Uno says Porsche 914. I need a 914 in my life muy pronto. Stop following Walter White and Jesse. Let's load the trailer. Glenn says, I have a 40-year-old Craftsman snowblower and these two arms. Mark says, damn, I can't put on that much mileage in less than 2 years. Mexican spec.
Well, this thing has been sitting around most of the time. This is the farthest I've ever been with it, twice to the border.
Granddad says, that's going great. The miles per gallon is pretty good considering you're towing. Tao says, you're in Mexico? Is that a question or a statement? Dan says, prison on the right. I didn't saw it. Barry says, favorite episode, Glenn? Tao says, yes, same model Lancers in Oz. That's when Uno asked about the cucaracha. Mechanic says Mexican drivers are something else. Glenn Nickerson says to Barracuda, the Merv Griffin set in Kramer's apartment was my favorite.
Yeah. He bought the whole set. So we're going to Guaymas, right?
Yes.
Just follow those signs?
Yes. Jay says headlight bulb made in China. Because this is 15.
Okay.
This is 15.
Okay, then we're set.
Dan says, I put a passenger.
Oops.
That's a light?
I don't know. This guy hasn't... What brake lights does this guy have?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know what the hell the thing is. It looks like a Ford thing.
It's a Ford.
Oh, Fiesta. It's a little bubble Fiesta.
I guess it's a light because everyone's stopping.
I don't know. I can't see past that big truck that has all kinds of things on the back.
Jay says headlight bulb made in China. Dan says I put a passenger side door window in my neighbor's Versa note after my dumbass broke it with the weed whacker.
Why are you not coming on when you're supposed to come on, headlights?
Jay says, what is the most useless job in the world? And then he answers, BMW turn signal engineer.
Yeah. TK's garage drives his BMW all over the place. He does a lot of videos from the driver's seat. And I hear a turn signal flashing. And every once in a while, I'll leave a comment. You can't be driving a BMW. I just heard a turn signal.
But Tavo says turn signal installer in the BMW. Barracuda says, I like the closed stalker. I've actually made a few of them. Dan says, 2 U-turns make a loop. What is that noise? Oh, it's the ground making that.
We're not going to Guaymas anyway. We're going to Ciudad Obregón.
Glenn answers to Barry. Good episode. There were plenty of them. Dan says rush hour. Yeah, it's pretty much rush hour. Everyone's leaving their works right now.
Yeah, it's 5:29 here.
Tavo says in India they edge forward to block one. They edge forward to block one lane, then they stop, move forward a bit more until you stop the whole road to turn. Buddy says keep going. Jay says UTG just posted something.
246 kilometers to Ciudad Obregón.
So UTG just posted something. Dan says it's Virginia drives, and Mark says the roads look about as here in Quebec.
Here in Mexico? This isn't too bad right now. Are you talking about the traffic?
I think the traffic.
Once we're out of here, it's going to be much better.
We need to get out of the town first.
We need to get out of this lane is what we need to get out of. Why are you going so slow? Get out of the way.
Why are you putting your brake lights on?
Because he's an idiot.
Jay said he's having Mediterranean food.
I have no idea what that is. Lots of vegetables?
I don't know. Barry says, I'm the low talker. My mother had a friend like that. In all the years they were friends, I never heard a word she said.
In that episode, you agreed to do this. I would have said, sorry. Ain't happening. Of course, the episode would have turned out differently, but not my problem. If you can't talk, if you can't speak loud enough for me to understand. I do that with people here. They're speaking really fast in Spanish. I'm just shaking my head. That doesn't mean I'm agreeing to anything.
Uno says, so where did the land on the 914? Well, okay, wait. So where did we land on the 914? Are we shopping on Mexican classifieds?
We don't have them here. I don't think I've seen one for sale. Well, I think I've seen a couple, like a couple of years ago, but they're not. There's a few Carmenguillas here, but the 914s, they're not. There's another Kenworth dealer that has no inventory. Canalitas.
Tavo says, I am so jealous of the condition of your roads. Far better than ours.
They've done a lot of work on the roads in this state, in Sinaloa, because we just recently had really heavy rains, so it damaged the roads really bad. They haven't had a chance to get back and fix them, which they won't.
Glenn says...
So who voted for us to stay on after 6? I mean, after the next hour?
Hold on.
And how long is my phone going to last?
Glenn says to Mark, my favorite thing about Quebec drivers is they don't stop at toll booths and will throw the change out the window and who cares where it lands. Mark says road conditions, they look rough.
We're going through these toll booths in the middle of nowhere, and all of them say cash only, cash only, cash only, don't accept dollars. But they supposedly, in about a year and a half, all of them are supposed to change over to the card. You're supposed to show a card or have this thing on your vehicle that charges your account, which means you don't have any control over how much they're charging your account for each.
It depends.
For
One
each
of
toll.
them charges your account, the other one you can put money in.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Your account is when you put money in. But if the toll is 109, you don't know at the moment how much they're charging you. You have to look at that later. And what if they don't? What if they charge you double or triple? How are you gonna? What are you gonna do about it?
Tavo says, I'm talking about the past half hour of roads. Glenn says, I could picture Mex in a puffy shirt.
It's happened. Yeah. The puffier, the better. Can't see the body shape.
Tavo says to Barry, all of our taxes go to subsiding windmills and EVs. Mark says, heavy truck dealerships here don't keep inventory either. If you want a truck, it will be built for you.
I've seen dealers here that have just loaded because they're all basically the same. They're the same truck, same option, same color. There's no difference in them.
Martha says, I see Russell Crowe thinks your prime minister is doing a good job.
What are we coming up on here? We got a truck on the left, flashing lights. Okay, they are moving, right? So now the sun's going down, so my eyes are going with it. We just plugged in my phone to the charger. Did you guys feel anything? No little zap? My glasses aren't really helping much.
I should have switched to my jeans.
Deposito vehicular. So that's like an impound yard. And the cars never come out of there.
Davo says the Barry, is he known to be an extremist leftard? Chris Freemason is here.
Chris, you're off work. We're heading back home. We're in Sonora.
Mark says, I felt warm and fuzzy.
Okay, are you gonna change lanes or are you just gonna kiss his ass? I guess you're gonna kiss his ass.
Chris asks, everything went well with the Ormiga delivery at home?
I'm gonna say, wait for the video I'm gonna make. I'm gonna tell all the stories from the beginning to the end. But this morning, I took it to have both taillights welded back onto the truck. And that worked 50% well because the left was welded on and worked, the right was welded on, and the taillight burned out. So the customer has to buy a new taillight for it. But when I delivered it to his wife and his son, he was on the phone with us. I explained everything, what happened, and we're fine. The truck is now in the United States. It crossed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He was right there on the U.S. side with a truck and trailer to put it up there and take it home to Yuma, Arizona. And we haven't heard anything negative about it. His wife and son were really nice. I explained to them all of the quirks and features of the truck, but since there's no features on the truck, I only did the quirks. Explained everything, and they drove off. Delivered it to them, they drove off, and heard nothing negative about anything. They crossed, everything's fine. So I'm happy with them, they're happy with me.
Dan says, Coca-Cola enema.
Yeah, that doesn't sound so bad, does it? Actually, speaking of that, can you get me a Coke?
Sure.
I don't know what it's going to do to my stomach, but I may be pushing my luck. But are you hungry?
Not hungry per se. I want to eat tobacco.
I'm not hungry at all. Well, we were at a gas station, you know.
Yo, you were yelling at me.
My lips are so dry. The air blowing on them.
Super.
I don't even have my headlights on. I can't tell if they're on. I can't tell if my headlights are on. I guess we'll find out when the sun goes down farther. So what did we vote for? Are we staying on after the top of the hour? Or is everybody going to run over to Dougster and Dr. Art? Thank you. Ah, that's cold. Mrs. Speck bought a what is it called? A cooler backpack
Yeah.
with ice in it and drinks. What did you do that for? You do not take it out of overdrive unless I say so. She bought this backpack, you put ice in it, you put the drinks in it, and we put ice in the hotel, and the Coke is ice cold. Still, hours later.
I can't close it.
Oh, you might have to.
Maricula says, I always thought of him as being a bit of a thug. I didn't realize he's a nitwit. I'll close it, I close it. You keep, I don't know how.
I can't tell if my headlights are on. I'm not seeing anything.
Dan says, Omega is like a crab over Volkswagen thing.
Yes, it is.
Hold on, I can't see the clock moving much. Wood and Metal Garage is here.
Who?
Wood and Metal Garage.
Oh, welcome. Glad you can make it.
And he says you're going the wrong way.
Which way am I going?
Maybe the wrong way on the road. Chris says to Granddad's, wouldn't be the first time I've seen stuff from China damaged at the factory and still thrown in a box and shipped. Chris says, Miguel, did you like the picture I emailed you this morning?
I haven't seen my email, Chris. I don't access my email on my phone. I have to wait till I get home.
Granddad says, I'm break so much. It's moving too much.
I can't tell if my headlights are on. I know my high beams work, but
I think I can see him.
I can't see any reflection on signs or anything. This is a new headlight switch. I know my high beams work.
Granddad says, yeah, I'm sure that happened. I should be able to get it replaced. Wood and Metal Garage says you missed the turn off.
I'm not turning off, I'm going ahead for many, many, many kilometers.
Chris says, ice cold Mexican Coke.
Yep.
Maricula says, what was it, Chris? A centerfold of Angela Lansbury or something like that? Chris says to Barry, a picture of the snow we got last night. Barry says, oh. Dan says, I thought you didn't want to be on the road at night.
I don't. But we need to get home. And we were delayed delivering the truck because we were having the taillights welded back on. Okay, now my headlights are working. I can see that. Okay. I don't know what your problem is, because every time I turn the headlights on, they don't come on until I put the high beams on and then put them back down. So this is a new headlight switch I put in. Something is happening.
Okay, I'm close.
What?
I'm close.
Okay.
Wait.
When the sun goes down farther, I'm going to find a big rig to stay behind. Not one with a flashing orange light on it, because that's annoying.
Right, that says, how far from home are you?
I forgot to count. We were, I don't know, maybe halfway there.
Granddad said, no,
More than halfway there.
Bravo says, fold in the high beam dip switch.
The high beam switch is in the column on this thing. So hopefully it's not that. I don't want to be taking this truck apart and replacing things.
Dan says, could be a warning for a bolt worn out someplace else on the truck.
I don't have any burnt out bulbs. I check all of them all the time. I know that. Okay, just check my brake lights on the trailer. They're working fine.
Travel says spray some contact cleaner down in the dip switch and alternate it a dozen times through from high to low beam.
But why would that affect my headlight switch when I turn on? The low, I just leave them on low beams and they don't come on when I turn the headlight switch on. They should. Everything runs through the computer here, so I don't know. Mitsubishi Mirage as a taxi.
Travel says work on my neon, doing the same thing.
Okay.
Dan says headlight switch goes through the bright switch.
And also a computer. BCN lights ahead. Or are they just bright lights? They were bright lights. Never know what these people are doing.
Chris says, I bet the headlights work on the Armida.
Oh, they do. But one of the taillights doesn't now. We ran out of time. I probably could have driven around town and bought a replacement, but I didn't know where to go. It's not my town. And what burns me more is that my supplier has those lights, but if I order one, I can't send it to them because we can't send packages to the U.S. anymore. So my other business is completely dead, selling taillights, and I have like 5 people. We're live again. We're out in the middle of nowhere and we still have internet access. We on data?
Yes.
So this is gonna be my bill, right?
Yes. Lester says, hope it's no time for a new TIBM in Durango.
I hope it's not either, but I'm having another issue with the lights flickering a little bit at nighttime, and I can see it on the dashboard. And the guy that did the taillights today, he says there's no regulator in this truck. The computer controls regulates the intensity of the lights, so it's a computer problem. Like, oh great, that's all I need. It is charging. It's staying at 14 amps or volts or whatever it is. 14.
Granddad says, did you deliver the vehicle to Arizona?
I delivered the vehicle. They came into Mexico. They came to the hotel, and that's where I delivered it. They were very nice people. They were the buyer of the truck doesn't have a passport. You have to have a passport to get into and out of Mexico. So his wife and his son flew in from Wisconsin or Minnesota and crossed it for him. They have a house in Yuma, Arizona, so that's where they're taking the Ormiga. But yeah, they handled the crossing. Which you can do also, Chris. You know, it'd be a little vacation. Come down to Mexico. All you have to do is cross the border at Nogales, take a taxi to the hotel, and we'll explain how to take it back across. It's not difficult. And then you could drive it right home with Mexican plates. As long as you have U.S. insurance, they don't care.
Dan says, if I turn on brights and turn off the headlights and pull the bright switch and then turn the lights back on, the brights will still be on.
What are you doing, truck?
Chris says, it's a Chrysler. Check all of the body grounds for corruption.
That might be something. Because the truck is starting to rust in a few places.
Barracuda says, I've heard Arizona is good for one's sinus.
One what?
Sinus.
Sinus.
Sinuses.
Yeah, I know sinus is the nose, but What is Arizona good for?
For sinuses, for what?
Oh, for people that have problems with sinuses?
Yeah,
Because it's so dry there.
I guess.
Yeah.
I actually have problems with the dry areas. When I go to very dry areas, because I've lived all my life in a wet and humid area. So when I go to dry areas, my nose starts bleeding. So that's an issue for me.
That's a Toyota something, I don't know what. I can't recognize new cars anymore. There's no magazines with new cars anymore. They stopped making them. What?
Chris says, you buy me lunch if I come down there for the car?
Absolutely. We'll take you to a really good place. Not the one we usually go right there next to the hotel, but we'll take you to the place we had breakfast this morning. Excellent, excellent food. I bought this morning scrambled eggs with bacon, and it came with little squares of potatoes and the refried beans, and the potatoes and the beans with a little cheese on it. The taste was great. I cleaned everything on my plate, and Mrs. Speck had pozole, and she ate it right down to the bottom of the bowl, plus all the tortillas. They make the tortillas right there at a table next to the window, and you could have as many as you want. They're really thick corn tortillas. When you bite into it, it tastes like dough more than a tortilla. They're just really good. Absolutely. We'll take a taxi over there and a taxi back because it's too far to walk.
Especially cold.
Yeah. It was 130 pesos for my breakfast, which is about $7 or so.
Right.
So not the cheapest, but excellent food. So many choices.
Brandon says any respiratory health issues is better on dry climate.
Yeah.
Dan says I haven't been able to recognize new cars for like 10 or 15 years.
I was buying the magazine every year and every month and looking at what they were and how they were changing and everything, but there's no magazines anymore, and I'm not really interested to go search it online because I'm not in the market for any new cars. I wouldn't buy a new car now with all of the computers and nanny things in it and all that stuff. I can't handle any of that. I want to drive my vehicle. I don't want the vehicle every couple of seconds beeping because I'm a little too close to this line or a little too close to that line or there's somebody passing in front of me or something. No.
Dan says I love corn tortillas.
Oh, you would love these. They're not corn tortillas that you get at the store or whatever. They're really thin and they taste like paper to me. But these over there, they're really thick and they taste like dough. They don't even taste like corn, they taste like dough. They have a doughy texture to it. And man, they're good. Especially if you have something to dip them into, like the beans.
Buddy says today's special, buy a car, get a free breakfast.
Yeah, always. Because there's a place that's near the hotel. You just walk down the street to the hotel to the place that's upstairs. It's called El Rojo. They have little tacos. You can have chicken or beef or what are the other ones? I don't know. There's a couple of different tacos you can have, but it's nothing like this place. This place is called Taqueria Lupita. It's an older lady that owns the place, has been there since 1966. This is the 59th year that she's been open, and everything that we've ever ordered between the 2 times I've been there, just excellent food. Excellent. I wish there was a place like that near me in my town, but we don't have anything like this, at least that I don't know of. But that's the kind of places you want to go to, that an older lady owns it, and they've been around for almost 60 years. And people know the place.
Mark says, only thing I like on newer cars is adaptive cruise control.
I'm using the cruise control right now on the truck because Mrs. Peck and I walked back to the hotel from Taqueria Lupita, and it was farther than we thought it was, and both of our feet hurt.
Yeah.
So I'm letting my foot rest and just keeping the truck at 100 kilometers per hour, which is about 50. What?
Chris says, I'm getting hungry, so you better find me a car to buy. No.
I hope I will. but I need to get home and get the computer fired up again. I have a client that wants a 2000 Ram Charger. I've been working with him for months trying to find a fully loaded SLT Plus with the third seat in the back and in really nice condition, and that's almost impossible. I found the SLT Plus with a nice interior and the third seat, but the outside was dark green and it's a one-owner truck, but the paint is destroyed. And he's like, no, I don't want, with everything it's gonna cost, it doesn't make any sense. So I found them in Monterey, a white 2000 SLT Plus. It has the original leather interior with gray cloth inserts, and it has not been changed. It hasn't been worn out and then changed over to gray vinyl. It's the original leather. Does not have the third seat, but it's white with that interior and low miles, and it's a very nice truck. He just told me earlier that he doesn't want to spend more than $10,000 on it, and this will be $10,500 to get it to the border, including a new set of tires, which it needs, because we're going to have to drive it back from Monterey, which is a long way to go. And we're not going to drive it on old tires, so that price includes new tires. It was either between that and a dark green one that has only the cloth interior, not the leather, for $2,000 less, but it has fewer less options on it. But that's in Guanajuato, and that's not the best area for us to go into because we're from Sinaloa. The two places do not get along.
Marty says, I just have soup. I have my meal all the time.
That won't work with me. You get one and we're done. High beams don't work for me. They don't light up anything. I changed from the regular headlights to halogens or whatever it is. I didn't go to the LEDs, which is the next step. Because when we went to Monterey the time and bought the green Ram Charger, it had all LED bulbs in it, and it lit up the highway at nighttime like it was daytime.
2 minutes to 6.
Well, what did they vote?
Nobody voted.
Well, ask them. What are we doing? Should we end it at the top of the hour, or should we keep going? People are gonna take off for Dougsters and for Dr. Art. What do you guys vote? Not that this is democracy, but I'll do whatever you want to do. We can end it or we can continue. Because it's getting darker, so you're not going to be seeing a whole lot other than my headlights lighting up. Road signs. 90 kilometers and I'm going 100, so. Actually, I'm going 102.
We have 2 books in. Chris says, I'm not taking off for another stream. And Granddad says, I need to do some work. Lester says, maybe end it when it gets completely dark. Chris says, 102, you rebel.
Yep. Especially when I just passed a sign that said maximum 90. Ooh, I live on the dangerous side. In the U.S., I used to be at 90 miles an hour when I had a new Mustang, I had a new Escort GT, I had all that stuff. And now, 120 kilometers per hour, which is 75, seems too fast to be driving. So, I don't know if I've changed or what, I don't know. People pass me on this highway like I'm standing still. You can still see quite a bit in the image.
That was says you should be asking for loss of license down here at that speed.
Loss of license?
Yeah, you will be asking for loss of license.
Oh, loss of license.
Yeah.
At 100 kilometers per hour? Pablo? What is the speed limit on your highway? It can't be much less than that. Oh, you're talking about the 90 miles per hour. I got a ticket in every state every western state for 90 miles per hour, which was Idaho, Utah, Nevada, California. I lived right at the border of Oregon, in Oregon, so I never went 90 in Oregon, or I would have gotten one there too. When I stopped doing 90 and started doing 95 or 85, I never got a ticket again.
Chris says, I've heard these speeding tickets in Australia and New Zealand are insanely expensive.
I'm going to let my fog lights on too. Give me a little bit extra light, even though they're completely faded too. I need all new headlights and everything on this.
Davos says 102 in a 90 zone is much frowned upon as dangerous.
Really? 12 kilometers per hour over?
Lexus says, I drove very fast when I was younger, now I put it along in the right lane.
Yeah.
Brandon says, yes, and are going out.
Even when I was driving the 69 Dart, I think the fastest I got in that thing was 105 kilometers per hour. When my son's mother was with me, and she kept a look. She had the GPS open all the time, and she had how fast we were going. And she always told me, "You're going 110. You're going 105. Keep it at 100." And she just kept reminding me how fast we were going. Now I have a big rig coming up on my ass. He's gonna have to go around.
Pablo says, yes, creeping a little over the posted speed limit is a bigger crime when you come in here. Worse than attacking people in their homes with a machete.
That's crazy.
Barracuda says, I haven't had a speeding ticket since 1983.
That's good. Is that because you don't speed or because you haven't been stopped? Oh, we're coming up on, I don't know what, a gas station on the other side. So we have to slow down.
A gas station where? Oh. There's a gas station on this side.
Why? You should have gone where we were there. You should have gone before we left.
Brandon says my license, no, sorry. Brandon says new license renewals laws start on November 17th. I may have trouble passing eyesight requirements.
Get some new glasses first.
Pablo says, I went 32 years without a ticket, got one in 2002, doing 111 in a 100 zone.
That's crazy.
He says 3 points and $550.
That is absolutely crazy.
Barry says the kids need to have their fun though.
And do they think that is saving lives or something? A couple of kilometers over? How did they come upon the 90 kilometers was safe and 100 is not? I'm looking at the camera to see where that truck behind me, how far behind me the truck is. I don't see the truck. I'm looking here instead of here.
Princess did 170 miles per hour on the Autobahn and allegedly went 100 miles per hour on a local expressway.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Gotta say that, because these lives are public.
That was it, all because I thought it was still a 110 zone.
Oh, so it was a speed trap. I've seen that here too. On the streets, not on the highway. Nobody really patrols the highway for speed. And we have put a lot of kilometers under our belts driving around this country, and other than a truck turning over right next to us, a big rig, we haven't really seen accidents on the highway. people crashing or, you know, whatever, for whatever reason. We haven't seen that. It's kind of odd. I really need new glasses. That's the next thing I'm gonna go for. $77 kilometers in, and I'm down to 7/8 of a tank. Hopefully that'll hold out. What are you doing? Putting your top back on? Top back on?
Yeah.
Your long sleeves back on? I know because I'm towing a trailer, I'm not supposed to be going the posted speed limit, but nobody's going to say anything. There's some vehicles on the road here that absolutely should not be on the road, but nobody does anything about that either. There's no safety checks. There's nothing in any of the states here. In a couple of the states, the bigger states, like Mexico City and Guadalajara, you know, Jalisco, and Monterrey, you have to smog your vehicle every year, I think every year, because the smog concentration is so bad in those cities. But in smaller areas, like where we live, there's nothing. You do nothing. Some of the vehicles on the road, you wouldn't believe. They're worse than anything that you've seen. Even in rusty areas, vehicles that have been cut, you know, broken in half, and they're still driving them.
Sorry.
Thought I wasn't following taillights. He's over there in the dirt. You sure you want to stop at a gas station at night?
Don't have a choice. Unless you have a bottle. You have a bottle?
Not an empty one.
Mark says, Davo, my most expensive ticket was $537 for driving a vehicle in which was a radar detector.
Not allowed to have a radar detector?
Mark says 90 kilometers per hour was the government speed limit to save fuel.
Oh.
Davo says every police car here has mobile radar. Barracuda says, I just drive at the speed limit and find 60 miles per hour fast enough. Chris says, there was a 17-car pileup on the first snow of the year. People forget how to drive in these conditions.
Yeah.
Grandad says, the cops here were hiding in the bushes catching people. Davo says, my ticket was a cop car coming the opposite direction. They have radar on them that calculates the speed difference in vehicles. Can get you a kilometer away. Barry says, I think the speed limit has been raised to nearly 70 miles per hour in some places here.
Yeah, the 55 went away and each state was allowed to choose their own.
Mark says, wait, no, Thea. Mark says the Quebec radar detectors are prohibited.
The police want all their toys and you're not allowed to defend yourself against them.
Brenda says the Southern Motorway in Christchurch has 110 kilometers per hour limit. Chris says highest speed limit in New York is 65 miles per hour, but you can drive 72 or so without
Signal. We're back. When there's a little mountain near us, the signal goes away. Can you guys see well enough to keep the live going?
Mark says when it got fine, the cop also took the radar detector and the power supply.
So it's contraband.
Barry says it used to be 50 miles per hour here. Glad they changed from that. Chris says the mark, which he promptly sold on Kijiji. Grandad says when using Google Maps to find your way around, it warns you of speed traps. Waze does that too. I don't know if you guys use Waze in the US, but Waze does that too. You can know about speed traps and police accidents on the road and stuff like that. Mark says, I see okay so far.
You're seeing better than I am. The road looks like it's more lit up to you guys than it is to me.
Mark says Waze is awesome. Chris says my wife uses Waze. I use my brain. I use Waze.
Your brain doesn't know when there's a cop up ahead that you have to slow down. Is this immediate? Is this image immediate?
Almost.
Okay, so but that's not what you're saying, right? There's a delay? Oh, that's right, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
So this is... I thought I was going to be passing a car, but apparently it's a big rig that is up there. Oh, my back. Just a little bit. Nobody saying anything? We're just watching the time go by. Can you see the truck clearly in front of me on the image?
No.
No?
No, I see the road.
You can't see that truck right there?
I see the tail lights. I mean, not clearly. I can see it, but not clearly.
I mean on the image.
No.
Oh. That's odd. Okay. Pass this truck. Let the car go that's behind me. The perfect place for me is between these two trucks. There we go.
Barracuda says, I've been hearing about this home invasion style. It's terrible. I hope that doesn't happen anywhere near you.
Somebody's gonna have to drive a long way to invade his home.
Lester says, the road is hypnotizing us. Truck clear on image.
Not much happens out here. Can you guys see the yellow flashing light, the amber flashing light on top of the truck in front of me? Can you see that on the image?
Granddad says, in cities, so hard to find my way. So hard to find my way around. Too much traffic, too many people. The street signs are so small. I can't read them. My eyesight isn't very good. -13. Mark says, so I have a 40-foot shipping container finally coming from next Monday. Now my wife found an ad where they are giving away $10 and 10 and 20 containers just pay freight. so I have a 20 foot coming as well.
Great. But do you have the area, open, and ready for it? Because you got snow on the ground now. You're gonna have to clean the snow off for them to deliver it.
Thousands to Barry, right up here, small towns, even Adelaide isn't too bad. Victorian is the problem here. Mark says can't see it.
That's weird. I don't know about the resolution. Maybe it's a resolution problem. But I'm following that truck, and I know it's the same truck because it has a flashing amber light on the roof of it at the rear of the truck. And I've got the truck behind me, and I know him because he's got lights on his roof too. So this is the perfect place for me.
Josh says, good to be, wait.
Josh Holman.
Oh, Josh Holman.
Welcome, Josh. I know everybody else has their lives going right now. We're just on the road heading home from the border.
Mark says it's all plowed now.
It's all what?
It's all plowed now, the snow.
Okay, so no more snow's gonna hit before the container hits.
Barry says, I think it's a thing Quebec Island too. Josh Holman says, good to be here. Dr. Art not on tonight.
Oh, okay. So he took a night off. That's interesting.
Double says, I like a shipping container here, but have to go through council planning, permission, red tape, etc. No work to.
All the way out where you are, Tavo? They care what you do out there? Boy, they micromanage everything there.
It says, no room for a shipping container on my tiny property.
Put it on the roof.
Granite says, that way it's really hard to have a container on your property. Mark says, if there is much snow, I'll make sure it's gone before the container shows.
Okay. Definitely don't want to put it down on snow.
Gas station.
Oh, that's a gas station.
Which side is it on? My side?
Yes. Which means I'm not going to be between the two trucks that I like.
Sorry.
400 kilometers to get home from here. I don't need fuel. Where's the entrance? Is this the entrance?
Yes. What about them?
Right there where it says baños.
Oh.
There's even space for me right here.
Well, don't point the camera at me.
Headlights are coming back on, so.
Yes. There you go.
Okay, guys. I'm here, but I can barely read the... Oh, that's why. I'm not blind. Tavo says short term, up to 3 months we can put a container in the backyard. More than 3 months it becomes building. Needs count. Why would they even care what you do so far out in the middle of nowhere? It's crazy. Granddad's junk. That's the good thing about being rural zoned. I don't need a permit to up to 100 square meters. Barry, in my area, the councils can have a say about what color you paint your house. Why do you live there? Granddad, that's crap, Tavo. Control freaks. Tavo, 15 square meters is our limit before approval. Jeez. It's like they're paying your mortgage. How many close neighbors do you have, Tavo? I mean, can anybody even see what's going on? Chris says to Barry, we have these things in the U.S. called homeowners associations where they can dictate everything about the appearance of your house. Yes, and if you violate it, they fine you and then they can take your house from you. Although Steve Leto did say somebody put a limit on it or something. So they can like only like fine you $100 or something. That's crazy, Tavo. That they even care what you do out there. Oh. Now the question is, how clean were the bathrooms for her here? I'm going to say probably not very. This truck is running really smooth right now. Oh. No. I spoke too soon. As soon as I said that, it started to like not miss, but run like it usually runs. Mark Sauvé. Were you flashing at the kids to come clean the windshield? No. I was trying to get my headlights working again. Now I'm keeping them on so they don't fail me out on the highway. Another thing we have to look at. I have to ask the truck why he is doing this to me. Tavo, no public bathroom is clean enough for a woman. Well, a couple of places we stopped were fine. But a place like this out in the middle of nowhere, even the outside doesn't look very clean. And I'm not sure I would buy tacos or drinks or even potato chips here. But, oh boy, we have 400 kilometers left to go to get home. Then when we hit the town, we have to go deliver the trailer back to the guy, park it in front of his house, leave the registration card somewhere. I don't remember where. I think he has a mailbox or something. But Tavo the granddad, council cars do a lap of the place every couple of months or so. Chris, so no gas station Esquitas? Not when we're on the highway. No, definitely not. We're not taking those chances because she puts a lot of chili in it. So here she comes. You guys can't see her, but she's coming. Mark, first thing my wife would say for the headlight issue is, did you check the grounds?
Whose wife?
Mark, I have not checked anything yet. Barry says, I've heard of those, Chris. Is that just in nice, well-heeled neighborhoods? Not really, because even if it started, I guess it would be. The association would keep it that way, but there's been associations around for 40 years. And I don't know. The people on the associations, what are you doing?
Looking for a snack.
It can't be anything loud. Your cake?
Yes. If I can find it.
So they may keep it, but the people that on the association boards, they're just on power trips. So what you need to do is find things in their background to use against them.
Oh, there you go.
So they can't get away with it. There's ways around things. Chris Taberi says, not just in high-end neighborhoods, any largest housing development may have an HOA. Yes, but Chris, they keep it that way. They keep it looking decent. You're paying money for that. What do you want? Get away. Granddad's junk. That's why people are leaving our countries to much interference from councils and government. Barry said, I bet there's some arguments. Yep. Here you go. I'm going to put my glasses back on.
I'm having a snack while we continue the trip. So bear with me. Let me lower the...
Lots of lights around here. Really having a hard time with all the lights and everything. This stuff is pretty blurry. Okay. This is not a lane. So over one more. Yep. Back we go on the road.
Chris says, chocolate churro? No, it's a carrot bread.
It's the same thing she eats on the Saturday lives,
Yeah, I'm enjoying them a lot.
even though today's Monday.
I also made vanilla muffins. Gluten-free vanilla muffins for Mr. Speck. They turned out pretty good.
I don't want to eat anything right now. We still have 400 kilometers to go. So we're back in the right lane. I'm behind a truck. I've got it at like 98. I'm at 98 kilometers per hour. I think I'm gonna pass this one. He's not driving fast enough. Of course, there is a slow vehicle in front of him. You wanna come in? No? Okay.
Chris says, granted, there might be some good HOAs out there, but the horror stories I've heard about them are enough for me to hate them.
Yeah, just stay away.
And then he says again, kind of like lawyers law.
Why buy a house in an area where they tell you what you can do with it? You don't actually own that property. Is this the same truck that we passed twice already? The Ford truck pulling a whole bunch of crap in a trailer?
Could be.
Yes, it is. Super Duty truck pulling a whole bunch of crap in a trailer. Let's get a ways down the road. Settle into 100 kilometers per hour. That can't be the same truck.
It is.
It can't be. We went in there. I never caught him. We were sitting there for a while. Unless he stopped too.
Truck or
The one with the flashing light.
Oh, no. Maybe.
Unless he stopped too. That's a possibility.
Granddad says, don't blame you. Don't blame you. They can make life a living hell.
Yeah. You can't have cars in front of your house. A car guy would go crazy. Even if you have a nice old car, they call it a piece of junk. And you can't have it in front of your house, even if it's registered and everything. So, no. I would burn their houses down.
Where are you supposed to keep your cars?
You're supposed to have new cars.
But if you can't put them in front of your house, where are you supposed to put them?
You're not supposed to have them.
Oh, okay. Am I? There are HOAs here in Mexico, but they're not as common.
Also, if you tell people what to do here, you get a visit from some of their friends.
Yep. Chris says, I've heard some will take the color of your interior windows, curtains, because they can be seen from the outside, vibrating a lot.
Right. When I picked up this trailer, I was talking to the guy, and he has a Volkswagen Vento, and he said that the mechanic had it for 3 months, and the mechanic refused to give it back to him. When are you going to bring it back? Oh, whatever. He never got the car back. That's why it was there for 3 months. He had to resort to asking some friends of his that are not very reputable to go over there and have a talk with the guy. He had the car back in 3 days. But if you have to resort to that, then I don't want to ever do that, because I don't want the bad guys to know who I am or even do anything for me, because there's a cost to that.
Lester says, some HOAs won't let you park in your own driveway.
Yep, it has to be inside the garage.
Granddad says, I drag logs down the road up to the mill with the tractor, no worries. No one cares at God, no neighbors, so it helps.
Yeah.
Marty says, usually enforced by some nosy Karen, I imagine.
Obviously. They drive around the neighborhood and look for infractions to give themselves something to do. And if somebody came, if I had my 63 Plymouth Fury that I've had for 40-something years in front of my house, and somebody says you can't have that there, I'm going to tell them, you can't have your kids in your house. Let's see who wins. I guarantee you I'm going to win. Probably should have gotten out and walked around a little bit, but I didn't.
Chavo says, I just looked it up. Fee to lodge an application for a shed or permanent shipping container, $122, and an assessment fee of $212. Then no guarantee it will be approved.
Yeah, it's a big scam. Well, at least you won't be approved the first time, probably. Maybe the second or third time you give them more money. I honestly don't know, what's a better system. That kind of thing, or a lawless area where you do whatever you want to. There's pluses and minuses to both.
Chris says, that's why I live in an old neighborhood. None of that HOA garbage and not cookie cutter houses.
That's why you can have a Chrysler LeBaron in front of your house.
Brandon says, that's not stable, it's only a container.
Did you guys see the video? A video of containers at the Long Beach port falling off of a ship? It's like slow motion. They just start falling and like dominoes from the middle of the ship and from the front of the ship. I can imagine all of the stuff that was inside those. There are cars in there just destroyed. A car with no taillights at all. Supposedly it's headlights. Maybe it's his daytime running lights if the car even has that. Who knows? But there's no taillights on that car at all. You guys probably can't even see that car on the video because I can barely see reflectors on it with my headlights. People don't know how dangerous that is here. I wonder if we're going to get to Ciudad Obregón before I get to a half a tank. We're 116 kilometers into that trip. So maybe 140 left to go. And I'm at just below 7/8 of a tank. And I'm getting 16, 17 miles per gallon right now on a flat surface at 100 kilometers per hour.
Dory says Australia has changed. Has to do. Chris says the mighty Baron is behind the house.
Oh, so nobody can see it?
Lester says make sure you paint the container the approved color.
Paint it black so nobody can see it.
That says yeah, you could see the car and the beam did look like ERLS. And Lester says saw it too. Oh, saw it okay.
It's way up there, coming up on another vehicle. I can barely see a reflection off of it, but blacked out from the back. Stupid. And this guy has really bright lights behind me.
Lester says trouble is dash lights are on DRLS.
Daytime running lights.
Mark says painted camouflage.
I'm not sure if those Volkswagens even have daytime running lights because they're not required here. I'm not sure if I've ever seen daytime running lights on one of those Volkswagens. I think it was a Vento. I think that's what it was, those tail lights. Or maybe the computer only puts on the headlights. I don't know, or his headlight switch is no good. Or he doesn't even know that he doesn't have any running lights.
Chris says, amazes me that they haven't made automatic headlights a requirement.
They require everything else. You have to have a backup camera because nobody can turn their neck around anymore. Nobody uses mirrors.
Mark says, ever seen rear fog lights?
Yeah. I had it on my Volkswagen Crossbox. Never turned it on though. It's too bright. We don't have fog here very often. But in Europe they do. So that's why they're required over there. It's just a toy here to piss off the people behind you. At least we're on a smooth piece of highway. I haven't come across many potholes or anything. That is going to be a huge issue when we get into Sinaloa, which is still quite a ways away. We're still in Sonora here. Since I'm catching up on this truck, just doing 100, I'm gonna have to pass him. This truck is still squatted a little bit in the back, but not quite as much as it was with the Ormiga on the trailer. You remember when I put the 69 wagon up on the trailer? We took it over to that storage. You remember that?
No.
Because you said I almost run you over?
Yes.
Okay. I don't remember this truck squatting as much when I had the 69 Chevy wagon up there as it did with the Ormiga. Hi, police. And maybe it's this trailer because it has this weird hitch on it. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with that.
Brandon says to Tavo, paint this huge snake on it. Lester says you can see out the back of most new cars also.
The law should have been rear vision, being able to see out the back is a requirement, not the backup camera. They should not be designing vehicles that you can't see out the back of.
Tavo says they have some crazy stuff in new cars. Last year I drove one of Ford's new SUVs and started reversing, and for some reason it played a video of a person getting run over by a car.
Was that an invitation to run somebody over with the car? I would have taken it as that.
Brandon says to Tavo, everything is financially motivated.
Everything, yes. But there should be a safety test, with the crash test, that if you can't see out the back of the vehicle, then you should not be driving it. But if you look at a cargo van, they only need 2 side mirrors. That's all they need. So what is the purpose of all of this stuff? You know, soccer moms are not going to be looking backwards. They're just going to rely on the reverse cam, the backup camera, and that doesn't show everything. And people that a friend of mine had a newer Altima, I think it was, that has it beeps when you get close to the center line. Well, every car he drives, he rides that line. So the car was constantly beeping that you're on that line, but he tunes it out because it's constantly beeping. So it doesn't do any good. What are you doing behind me? I'm only doing 100. I'm not even doing the speed limit here. Go around. There's a guy behind me. He's probably 1 car length behind me at this speed. Good, he finally moved over. They have titty on the license plate again. Idiot.
Brandon says, this might sound crazy. You can always try looking.
Yep.
Cabo says, think someone who learned to drive in a new car in the past 5 years and put them into a 60s and 70s car.
They wouldn't know what to do. It's a dead end road to have a car that does everything for people, because that stuff fails. And then when that stuff fails, they don't know how to drive the car themselves. I never understood this mania for trying to save every life out there. Make cars safer. Do this, do that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Cars are so safe now, people have no problem crashing them because they know they're not going to get hurt, or they think they're not going to get hurt. Instead of using their brakes, they use their horn and they just crash the car. I watch it every day on the compilation videos. It's constant. I mean, I watched a guy take off from a stop sign. The other guy took off from the stop sign and he just ran into the side of him. When I'm at a stop sign, I'm watching everybody around me. If a wheel starts moving on their car, I'm not going to just ram into the side of them. But I keep seeing people just run into people. Even though they're from way back, they see that somebody's coming into their lane, making a left turn into their lane, they just run into the side of them when they had plenty of time to put on the brakes. It makes no sense to me.
Brandon asks if Gabo, the idiots couldn't start it. Lester says, you wanted to ride on your trailer?
What?
The guy behind you. You wanted to ride on your trailer.
He might have. I don't have my ramps down though, like Knight Rider.
Chris says, the more tech you put in a car, the more complicated the drivers get.
Yeah.
Complacent the drivers
Yes.
get.
Yeah. That's common sense. So I like cars that I actually have to drive. I want to steer my car. Randy at Auto Auction Rebuilds bought one of those new Grand Cherokees or something a couple of years ago. It was over $100,000, and he was driving it shortly after he got it, and something happened and he needed to change lanes really fast, and it wouldn't let him. The steering wheel held straight. It wouldn't let him change lanes to avoid whatever was in front of him. And it won't let you change lanes unless you put the turn signal on. And he had to react, and it wouldn't let him. What kind of technology is that? It's dangerous. Up and over a bridge.
Double says Australian government have actually admitted something that makes sense. New tech is so overwhelming with beeps and alerts that they acknowledge people are...
Shit.
What? Huh?
Where am I going? You're not telling me. Was I supposed to go there or here?
I'm not looking at the road.
Well, I don't know where I'm going then. Am I on the right road?
No.
I'm not on the right road.
No. There's a U-turn up ahead. That's why we shouldn't be doing live.
There was no signs.
Oh well.
There was no
Then
signs.
you can blame me. I can't be doing the things at once.
Should I have turned around there?
I don't know if you can. I see a turn up ahead. If you can see another one, go ahead.
To the left or to the right?
To the U-turn.
It didn't say anything, one way or the other. How far up?
A bit up. A bit further up.
I just want to stop and turn around here. There's nobody here.
Oh. Don't say it on the live.
Oh boy.
Or is it like your friends that say, we went to Mexico and we raised the cars and we did this much, this fast? Or like they were pointing at the dash and then like, we were in Mexico. We were not in the US when we were doing this.
So where's the return? Because now they're
Where that truck is. See, it's turning.
Now keep your eyes on the road so I can get on the right road.
You can't ask me to do two things at once.
You can watch the road too.
Mira. You can't ask me to do two things at once. Expect me to do it correctly.
Now, does this give us access to the other one?
Yes.
Going the way we want to go?
Yes. Cabo says maybe you do need to concentrate on getting where you're going.
We're working on that.
He just likes yelling at me.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just from Sinaloa.
It's his favorite pasta.
Now, what does this say?
We're supposed to keep to my side, to the left.
To the right.
To my, yes. They'll say Culiacan right there.
Well, that's fine, but I'm not seeing the exit.
It's up ahead. See, the division is up there. You're going to the right. Right. There you go. you're gonna have to chit chat by yourself, and I'm not gonna read the comments.
It's a yield and doesn't give you a lane to get into.
Okay. So you guys
142 kilometers left.
You guys chit chat. We're not gonna be able to see messages because I need to keep an eye on the road.
Oh, well, this is fine now.
Ah,
But
sí,
this-
ahora.
But this is a toll booth now.
Yeah, this is all. That was with the humps to make it to wake you up. No, it's
To slow you down,
slow you
telling you
down.
there's a curve coming. Mexicans love their flashing lights. The back of that truck had solid brake lights and then flashing brake lights and all kinds of stuff. Let's see how much this one is. Probably 109. Vibradores.
how much?
Nope, 92. Buenas tardes. Gracias. Yeah, now she tells us. Well, when I get near a half a tank, I'm going to fill it up no matter where we are. Even if we haven't gotten, said 146 kilometers more. It seems weird because I've gone 140. Not including that detour. Back to where we were before. On a dark road, searching for Hotel California. Driving through the desert looking for Hotel California.
Chris says all those flashing lights like it's a portable rave. That
Yeah.
was something like so polite. Where's mine? Oh, there you go. Granddad says, now, children, stop bickering.
That's what we do best, Granddad.
Yeah, we actually enjoy bickering, believe it or not. Yeah.
You know, we didn't even ask Nadia if she went and took care of the animals.
No, that was as a hot that makes in a new D-Max. I tried to hug the fog line to give room to a wide load. It tried to push me back into its path.
I'm just trying to stay in the middle of the lane so the trailer stays in the lane itself. Some people out here at nighttime, they go whizzing past me. I don't understand.
Chris says, not almost left here. Everything is now done with cameras and easy pass.
Oh no, they're not going to that. They're not taking people's jobs away here.
Barry says, I knew of a man who retired to my town on one of his trips, bringing stuff in his van. No, in his van, a young guy traveling on the wrong side hit him head on. They had to cut him out, and he had both legs
Amputated.
at the same. But I guess.
Yeah. I'm not going to make comments about how safe it is to drive out here because I will jinx us.
Yeah, no.
But I want to find a big truck to drive behind if one can keep up 100 kilometers per hour. I know if he avoids something, then I'm going to avoid the same thing. I really do enjoy driving this truck. I've had it for a long time. I'm very comfortable in him. I think the Durango is the perfect SUV. If you want a station wagon, they even made it in two-wheel drive. If I could, I would have a Durango of every color except for the electric blue. It just doesn't look right on the truck. Dark looks great on this truck. Is that where the comments are going to come up?
Yeah, he continued saying, updated, he was going to enjoy his retirement. The boy racer got some home detention. Wow.
Do you have a legal system there, Barry, that the man could sue the person that hit him and collect for his medical expenses for the future? We don't have anything like that here. There's no real civil system here. Catching up on this truck, so that tells me he's not doing 100 kilometers per hour. I guess I'm like 102, 103. I just need to keep the gas mileage in double digits. Do they pop up here, or do you have to actually have to look?
They pop. Ronald says, I had that on the roundabout. Jackie came around on my side of the road head on.
And when a vehicle hits another one head on, the impact is double. If you take the speed from both, and then the impact is double.
But it says, if I ever visit a country where they drive in the left, I'll never attempt to drive now.
Let somebody else drive. Tell if that's a turn signal or not, or it's just jittery, like it's got a bad ground. I think it's a bad ground. He doesn't have a turn signal on, but the rear light is still flashing. Glad I have an automatic dimming mirror, because these guys have such bright lights on their vehicles now, all the LED stuff. It would be blinding me from behind if I didn't have this automatic mirror in this car. Okay, I've got officially 3/4 of a tank. So I've got a quarter of a tank to spend before I get to the next, before I fill up again. I thought it was going to be like 800 pesos last time, but it was 1,000. But I did go over 200 kilometers, so I'm at 155 right now on the trip odometer. Maybe we'll make it to the little town. Maybe not. Depends how many of these hills we have to take, which uses more fuel. How many people we got in here?
13.
13. Where is everybody? We're only hearing from a couple of people. If anybody's lurking, tell us you're here. Somehow. Send up a smoke signal.
Brandon says, we have free medical care and ACC for ongoing treatments and income. And Barry says there's not a lot of suing here. There's not a lot of suing goes on here, and we have free medical care. And then Chris says all the people that matter are already here.
That's true. But there's only like 4 or 5 of you commenting out of the 13, so there's people lurking under the surface.
Josh says I'm still here.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Grease Monkey is here.
Grease Monkey?
Yeah. Grease Monkey 7571.
Welcome, Grease Monkey.
And he says, hey Spec, I've been watching for over 2 hours now.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
Mark says I'm multitasking. Low.
No such thing, Mark. You're only doing one thing at a time. Yeah, it's pretty clear out tonight, so it's nice. I just want to catch up to a big rig and stay with him. It's a security blanket. There's flashing lights on the other side, but only red and white. So what's that, an ambulance?
Buddy says, can I drive the rest of the way?
If you can get here quick enough, I think that's an ambulance.
Mark says, playing slots and listening to the live.
And what are you up to on that, Mark? How much do you have?
Tabo says, we used to get fair compensation for loss of quality of life down here, but that all changed. Now it's only medical and any ongoing assistance, no payouts for pain and suffering.
That's crazy.
Lori says, you know the Manuka George on the Central Otago Road? Granddad, that's where it happened, on the twisting road with blind corners. Lessa says, Mark's alternating things he's doing. Alternating the things he's doing. Then Mark answers you saying he has 76,693.
You almost have double me. I just hit 40,000, like 40,500. But I haven't been playing. I've been driving.
Chris says, I'm way up in Minnesota, so I'm enjoying your road trip stream.
Who's that?
Greece.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty clear here. No snow. We don't have any snow. We don't really even have any fog.
Brandon says, yes, I see, brother. I've ridden around there on motorcycle. It's fun going fast.
Mark, what game are you playing on the slots?
Their boat is gonna curve. You don't need gas, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Not for another quarter tank.
The road is gonna turn here, so.
$24.99. That's not allowed. Yes.
Okay.
That's not allowed. It's supposed to be $23.99. By order of the president, our Jewish president. It's turning to the left.
Yes.
So why is it turns to the right, then to the left?
You have the merch. Or they have the merch?
I don't know. But I'm getting over here.
Barry says yes, a slalom. Mark says I bounce around, but currently playing Mystical Wizard.
That's on there? Is it the one that I sent you?
That says the road between Alex and Cromwell is a nice drive.
Now there's a car behind me following my every move, really close behind me.
Mark says yes, it is.
So let's get around this guy. I didn't know there was anything on there but video poker. That's all I've been playing. It looks just like the IGT machines I played in Las Vegas, so it's familiar to me. I didn't know there were regular slots on there. We have casinos in town and in Mexico, but they all have those digital slot machines that really don't call my attention. There's no table games here. You can play Keno, you can play bingo, and the slots. What used to be called slots. It has all kinds. You can have 9 figures on the screen, and then they all dance and do all kinds of stuff. And I don't know.
We've been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Are our phones staying? Is your phone charged?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to stop?
Stop. I'm not.
I can't dance right now. That's one of the few dances I can do. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Are you hungry?
No. Are you?
A little bit.
Well, I don't really want to stop and eat dinner or anything.
No, but I mean,
Eat what's here, and we have to get home. I thought we were gonna get home like at 2 o'clock in the morning.
according to this, it's gonna be 11.
If we keep going at this speed. But we have to slow down through Obregón and through Navajoa. And I don't know what kind of traffic we're gonna run into at this time of night.
Mark says, hit the lobby button and you'll see all the machines.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a lobby button.
Chris says, somebody needs an Esquitas stuff.
Esquitas, yeah.
What is Esquitas? What is Esquitas?
That's supposed to be your corn.
Esquitas?
Yeah.
With an E? Not with an A? Well,
Close enough.
I would appreciate it, but I don't want to stop for that.
No, we don't need to eat something with a whole bunch of chili in it when we're sitting in the truck.
Mark
Let's just
says,
avoid that.
back and forth dance while driving is usually called the PP. The PP dance. So,
Yeah.
Brandon says, I do presume you call Manuka George the Carrara George? I can't see it either. Carrara George. Lester says, I'm going to say good night and thanks for the ride. Good night, Lester.
Good night, Lester. We'll talk to you soon. Tomorrow night. Where are all the trucks? I need a truck. You know, there's a whole lot of talk about out-of-country drivers, you know, truck drivers and everything in the U.S. And I don't know if you've noticed, but nobody's causing any problems here on this highway. The trucks aren't running fast, they're not doing anything weird, you know. They're just getting to where they need to go.
Marty said, yes it is. Earlier this year, a guy on a motorcycle was going flat out through there, cutting corners. He crashed head-on into a youth. The youth man was killed and the rider is suspected the rider was someone.
That area sounds like Tail of the Dragon, which everybody just has to take their cars and motorcycles through. It's like a destination for car people. most of them are too stupid to know how to drive their cars before they go there. Just like the driving we're doing now, this is the driving that I enjoy. Just getting from one place to the other. But I really enjoy driving this truck. Of course, you notice I only have 120,000 kilometers on this 26-year-old truck, so I haven't driven it. You know, it's not like I've been sitting here for 200,000 miles. But yeah, this is the second trip we've taken to the border, and later on down the road, I may think of, you know, buying a tow rig, which would maybe a 3/4 ton truck or something, or maybe a 3/4 ton Suburban, and making that a tow rig and buying my own trailer and stuff. Because you never know what, you know, when you rent the trailer, you don't know if they're good tires, bad tires. I have 2-ball tires on this trailer. You know, they're fine so far, but you really don't have control of that when you rent the trailer.
Bruce says, what time is it there? After 8 o'clock here.
It's 7:12 here, according to my clock.
Brenda says to Barracuda, you remember the old Cromwell town? It was so cool, like stepping back in time. Barry says, not the Howard Owl. George is another big Gorge. Oh, it's Gorge, not George. Sorry.
I'm going more than 80. I'm not going to slow down for that.
Cabo says, I thought about a trade truck instead of messing about with trailers. But my van is quite useful without a trailer for other needs.
You know, because I might, you know, want to see that there's an advantage to me driving the car from where it was to my location and then to the border. When you get the car at the border, you know it's sorted. I drove a lot of these, I drove them 2,000 kilometers to get them to the border, and they made them just fine. No problems.
Mark says 9:13 here. I'm being outside in the cold today. I feel like going to bed.
Yeah, when it's cold outside, you get into a nice warm bed. Nothing better than that. When it's warm here, trying to cool the room down. In the middle of the day when I take a nap, I can sleep in a hot room or a warm room. I actually prefer it because it really messes with my dreams. The dreams become really, really vivid when I'm warm and taking a nap, but I cannot get to sleep at nighttime if I'm warm. So the air has to be on or a fan has to be on or something. I mean, winter time here, it gets cold for all of us. What we feel cold, not what you guys feel cold, but when it's cold like that, all 3 cats jump into the bed with me and they keep me warm. And, you know, I'm under the blanket and it feels good.
Chris asks Mark, same here. Cat on my lap and I'm not far behind her. Barry says, I sure do. Had holidays there in the 70s. To me, it was the coolest town anywhere. Says 30 degrees here right now and windy.
It doesn't get that cold here. And it's only November, so, you know, before we left for this trip, we were having 90-something degree days, getting down to the 70s at nighttime.
Josh says, cold by Mexican standards probably means anything under 80. Not necessarily. We do have some snowy areas. This what we mean is cold by our state standards.
Well, we're at sea level because we're really close to the beach, really close to the strait between the mainland and Baja California south. There are no towns out here. But even in wintertime, it doesn't get really cold here. We brought our jackets along, but we didn't have to use them. The weather report said it was getting down into, what, 40s at nighttime or something?
I would have liked to use it.
But it didn't feel cold to me.
I was in the car under the blanket.
It didn't seem that cold to me. I wasn't shivering or anything. I was shivering when I came out of the shower this morning in the hotel room. I had to dry myself quickly.
Chris says it's 47 Fahrenheit, minus 3 Celsius here right now.
So it's under freezing.
Mark says I have two Datsuns that curl up with me at night in bed. Do you miss your Datsuns, Michael?
What? Dachshunds?
Yes.
No.
Why?
Are you talking about Dusty?
And Rosita.
Well, she was. I didn't really put a breed on them.
Do you miss your dogs, Michael?
I miss all my dogs. And I'm scared that when I die, they're all going to be waiting for me. A lot of shows, like I watched a Korean show. It was about death, and you know the humans went up to heaven, but the dogs were also waiting for their masters. Their masters died, and you know the dogs were waiting for them there. Well, I've had a lot of dogs, a lot that I cared for until they're dead, until they died. So I'm going to be mobbed. Cats, too. There were no cats. Yeah, there were cats there. There were cats in that show. I am going to be mobbed. You know, who has only one dog in their life?
Brenda says, I used to drive HQ Holden over the Crown Range back when he was gravel bumpy trip.
Gas gauge is getting farther down. So,
Oh, peanuts.
Those are messy, so don't get them on. Don't get it in your hands. We left the house yesterday, Sunday at 4 a.m.
Mark says I currently have 10 dogs. I used to.
Yeah.
Sabo says I've only had 4 dogs for at least 30 cats.
Yeah, I've had more cats too, but they come and go. It's their decision. I think it's just how they are. Both of my dogs are pretty old. And I'm not sure if we're going to get any more afterwards. We're going to have a huge cleaning job in the dog's room though, when they go away. So does anybody else let spiders live in their house? Or is it just us?
Where did I left the scissors?
I don't know. They were right here on the cup holder. That's where I threw it. And I'm not talking about little a little spider in the corner.
Granddad says one of the wildlife attack your cats.
What wildlife? Oh, who's he talking to?
I know, this is it.
He's talking to Tavo. Tavo has had a lot of cats.
Can't open this. Bullshit.
I can't help you like this.
No.
Watch out. Don't knock my arm. Coming up to a curve.
Can't reach anything right now.
Listening.
I'm doing other things. That was 30 overtime, Granddad. I have 3 now.
There are people with 30 cats. Ours are a handful with 3 of them.
I had 12 at one point, but it wasn't my fault. I had 2 females and they were pregnant at the same time.
Now you have to explain that you did not allow them to get pregnant. They were street cats.
Yes, there were 3 cats.
They just happened. Are you still putting trash in the door?
Yes. Where am I supposed to put it?
In a bag so you can take it
Do
away.
I have a bag?
There's plenty of bags everywhere.
There is not plenty of bags. Find me a bag.
Shit, I forgot I had my coat here.
Josh says, I have heard that huntsmans are harmless. That was also venomous brown snakes living under the house.
We have some pretty large spiders living in the house. In the dog's room, in the corner of the door, there's a spider there, obviously a female. She's probably 2 inches across. And I can see the skeletal body of her male companion that isn't alive anymore. So another different species of spider took up residence lower on the same corner. And I looked at her and I said, are you going to allow that to happen? Look, right there, there's another spider right there. You're going to allow that spider to take your food? We'll see if that spider is there when we get back. I put some pretty big spiders out of the house. Catch them with a trash bag and a piece of paper, put them out. But we were laying in bed and Mrs. Bed looked up on the wall right behind us and there was a huge spider right behind us on the wall. So I got the trash can, the paper, and put that one outside. And then another day I was in the living room, which we really don't use. There's a table in there for the cats to eat on. I put their food on there. I go into the living room, turn on the light, and there's probably the same spider that I put outside is on the floor. And when I turned on the light, it ran back under the couch. So the reason that I don't mind the spiders in the house, there's little spiders in the bathroom, there's big spiders in the bathroom too, but there's spiders all over the house, is because there's a lot of mosquitoes around, and both of us, Mrs. Beck and I, have gotten dengue from them. And they were both mild cases, but dengue can kill you. And the more mosquitoes that the spiders eat, the less are around to bite us. So I would rather have spiders than have flying bugs in the house. And they do their job. Some of the spiders have some pretty full webs.
Chris said not to sell San Miguel 2 cans of rain for Christmas.
Don't need it. Not for the spiders anyway. For the roaches that come in the house, yes. In the backyard, we have two entrances to the sewer, and they're not completely sealed, so we get a bit of action from them.
No, I don't like this.
Put it in the back.
No, because it's gonna spill all over.
We'll put it back there somewhere. If I put on the brakes, I don't want that getting all over the place.
Well, it's gonna spill all over.
Fold it down.
I can't. We should have brought some pins or something. So fight with me.
You're fighting. I don't want a whole bunch of stuff around me that, if I put on the brakes, this Coke is gonna fly. Whatever's over there. I don't know what that is. Your coffee cup?
My coffee cup is well seated.
Whatever that is over there.
Speaker?
What?
The speaker is on the bottom.
This is a cup. This is a plastic cup.
Yeah, my coffee cup is well seated.
Okay.
It's not gonna go anywhere. My Coke is.
I'll be worrying about, if I have to slam on the brakes, I'm going to worry about trying to keep the truck straight.
Yeah.
My ABS light has been on for the last 15 years. At least. I really hope my niece went to the house when I told her to in the past 2 days to feed the dogs. We left enough hard food for them, but they get envelopes. And there's a really insistent gray cat that I think lives at the house in front, knows there's food in my house, and has actually come in through the dog's door in the back, and through the dog's room. You can't eat that.
I got you.
No.
I got you.
This cat has actually come in through the dog's room and eaten the food, and then just freaks out when he sees one of us. The cat has a really large head, which means he's a male.
A dumb cat. And a dumb cat.
But he knows there's food in the house, and the dogs aren't gonna challenge him. Dogs know better than to challenge cats. Because the female cat that I have that lives in the backyard is their master. I actually watched this one time. I go out there and I sit on the ground and pet the dogs and look for whatever fleas or whatever, which I haven't found in, I can't even tell you how long since I had a flea on it. But our white cat went and laid down by the wall, and I actually watched the gray female cat go up to one of the dogs, like whisper in his ear, and he turned around and attacked the white cat. What the hell is going on here? I'm the alpha in the house, cats and dogs. Nobody tells anybody else to attack anybody.
Oh, look, Apple's here.
Hi, Buff. Hope you're doing well. We're just on the road, on the dark road. Yes, I know I said I didn't want to drive at night, but most places don't have a room for us to put the truck and trailer and rent a hotel room. So we're just driving through to get home.
You were talking about poisonous animals.
If I see a black widow, that's gone. That is not allowed to be around. I bought a thing to fill up air in the tires, a compressor. So went out to my backyard. It was nighttime. Turned on the light. Went to fill up the tire of my '69 Chevy wagon. Stretched right across the rim was a spider web, and the black widow was right there protecting the whole wheel. So she had to go, and she went.
Mark says, that just means you have regular brakes. I can't stand ABS brakes.
Yes, I have regular brakes, but towing a trailer, there's no trailer brakes on this thing. I'm stopping the whole thing.
Yeah, that says, I've been bitten twice by a whitetail. Felt like a sandfly bite. but a lump as big as a grapefruit.
A whitetail what?
I don't know. And then Chris answered, you guys are giving me multiple good reasons not to visit Australia or New Zealand.
You know what they say, everything in Australia wants to kill you. All the animals and bugs and everything else.
Your thing is a spider.
And dingoes eat babies, I heard.
White-tailed spider.
Oh, I didn't know spiders had tails.
Other campuses, I drove my car at night tonight.
Really? That's nice. Were you able to see with all of your lights and everything?
That was as the Chris, so we shouldn't mention bugs, jellyfish, freshwater crocs, white pointer sharks, and drop bears. What is a drop bear? I've never heard of drop bear.
Drop bear?
Yeah.
D-R-O-P?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe he drops when he sees you?
Drops on your head from a tree. That was as blue ring octopus is another. I've heard of blue ring octopus.
Stay the hell out of the water when you're in Australia. Stay the hell out of the water.
Barry says there's hardly anything that's dangerous in New Zealand, Chris, unless you're getting into the sea.
Or if you're near Dean Stevenson.
Chris says, yes. Martela says Kasawari. I don't remember what a Kasawari is.
Something we don't want, probably.
Maybe crunch.
I can hear you. Ask them. Can you hear the crunching?
Stop it. But the couple says, I have incandescent headlights. It's the other stuff that's LED.
Right. And your marker lights in front are brighter than your headlights.
Chris says, where I am, there are no giant spiders, no snakes, other than tiny garden snakes, and nothing venomous.
Snakes don't bother me either.
Bob says, I can see well.
Good. I'm going to have to go to LED headlights on this truck because the rear end is squatted a little bit, so my headlights are a little bit higher than it should be, but I missed the headlights from that green Ram Charger. It lit up the highway at nighttime like it was daytime, especially the high beams.
I've had 2 encounters with snakes.
Yeah?
Yeah. When I was, those snakes do happen when I was little. But I was coming back from the store in my bicycle, and I was going through the empty lot that was next to my grandpa's house.
Yeah.
I was going through there. It was just a big empty lot. And I was bicycling through the empty lot. And I saw something in the middle of the road, and it caught my attention because it was red, white, and black. Or something of the, a combination of the sort. And I couldn't stop because I was going somewhat fast. And I don't think I had brakes in that bicycle anyway. And I noticed it was a freaking snake. Or a coralillo, I think it's called. And I freaked out, but the only thing that I did is I put my feet up.
You rolled over it?
Yeah, because the empty lot was covered in grass, but for a small patch of dirt road that we walk through constantly.
Right.
So I couldn't really veer off to the left, right.
Yeah.
And so they just drove off on the way. I think it tried to bite my tire, I think. But I don't know, I just laughed, I didn't find out. The next one I did was...
That sounds like a ring snake, those colors.
Yeah. But there's several types of those snakes. The next one that I had, it was me, my sister, and my cousin were in the backyard. We had a big tree in the backyard, and we were up on the tree because the trunk was thick, and it grew kind of like sideways. Are
we coming up to something? They got hazard lights on there.
Cassette, I think? No, it's bumps.
Speed bumps?
Yeah.
But my hazard lights on too.
So the tree trunk it grew slanted, and it was really thick, so it was really easy to climb. We went up there and we were hanging out up there, and I wanted to get down for something, for whatever reason I wanted to get down. So I looked down as I was making my way down, and I see a snake just sitting there at the bottom of the tree. So we were kids back then, we were like 7 or something. So we started screaming for my grandma or my grandpa to come. Eventually, not immediately, but eventually my grandma came out to ask us what the hell, what was all that noise.
Mm-hmm.
And we pointed out that there was a snake there. And she just rolled her eyes, came back inside, called my grandpa. My grandpa came over with a shovel and killed it. Like it was a nuisance for them. So
I don't know who you people are and why you're trying to get people to stop. There's a police truck right there, though.
I don't know what kind of snake that one was, though. Bob the Campo says you can see well. Tavo says to Chris, easier to single out what can't kill you down here. Barracuda says, when I was in Australia, I went looking for snakes, but never saw one. Mark says, lol, my old boss liked to mess up words, so instead of incandescent lights, he would say indescent lights.
He was dyslexic.
Chris says to Tavo, you're the ultimate pitchman for the Australian Travel Bureau. Tavo says, 2 types of snakes here, really big ones, they're harmless pythons, and smaller ones that kill you. Brown snake bite. You have about half an hour to get home.
Harmless pythons. Those are 2 words that do not go together.
Bob says, I would only use LED headlights in the high beams. The low beam LED lights for these 4x6 units tend to blind oncoming drivers.
Yes, they do. I'm seeing it right now.
Chris says, Tavo, suck on my wife. Mark says, Bob the Campo, wire in some H7935 lights to replace your high beams. Brandon says, in the 80s, a Yankee claimed he saw a cougar in the Mackenzie country, made the TV news. Then E-Boy says, hell yeah. Where's that pretzel? I had a pretzel here.
I don't know what that was back there. People with their flashlights trying to stop people. I don't know what that was. It was definitely not official.
Mark asked you, no, he would do it on purpose. Example on heavy drugs. One of the brakes compartments is a slack adjuster. He would say a slack adjuster.
Okay. Just to see if you're going to correct him or something. A lot of bugs on my windshield. Again.
I already cleaned it. It's your turn.
It's the next guy's at the gas station's turn. That's what I give him a tip for.
You didn't give me a tip.
You're eating stuff, aren't you? It's good enough. Oh. Well, I don't think this is going to be a 12-hour trip tonight. Because we left about, what time did we leave?
9:03? No,
No,
like 1.
1:49 or something. You said, wow, is it 1:49?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Barry says, when I was out looking for wildlife one day, I wasn't seeing anything until a big iguana startled me. I've heard they're known to climb people thinking it's a tree.
What was that?
Goanna.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know. Iguana. Mark says conspicuity tape would be conspiracy tape.
Okay, why do you have hazard lights on, Bus?
It's going for this long.
But why? Buses don't go. It's being towed.
Oh.
That's a good reason. Still not even going slow for being towed.
Chris says every North American here is now Googling what a goanna is.
Yeah.
Let me know what you find.
Yes, please. And if it's not spelled correctly, they're not going to find anything.
Chris says it's a little lizard. Oh, okay.
The Gila monster?
No, Gila monsters are not little.
Huh?
Gila monsters are not little.
No, they're not.
Barry says it's a bloody big lizard. Mark says iguana que es Mark, that's what I said.
Okay, why does this other one have his lights on? Has their lights on. And you have brake lights on. Why? You're coming into something.
Bumps.
More speed bumps. 40. Okay, so I guess I get to put my hazard lights on too.
Yay.
There's no signs that say where they are and it's dark. So I don't know where they are. That's why I like to be around other vehicles. I see them going. Looks like there's one up there. Okay, I'm doing 40.
Se me tomó un café de olla.
Stop it.
No. Un café de olla.
Yes. Stop thinking about things like that. We're in the truck, and whatever you need is right here.
I was just sharing. I wasn't asking.
What is this town? Where are we?
We're in the place that sells a bunch of things on the side of the road. That's where we are.
And two kids just passed in front of us in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Does this place have a name? There's Hotel Guadalajara right there, but we're not in Guadalajara. And there's very bright lights right in front of me.
990. No, Bicam. Se llama Bicam.
Vicam.
Bicam.
Okay, we got construction here, and they're on our side. Yeah, gotta get out of your way. It's hard to see anything with these bright lights from these people coming at me. Okay, they're back on their side. Are we in Obregon?
Close to.
Because these are signal lights.
No, we're in Bicam.
Didn't know they had a town. I don't remember passing by here.
We're close to Obregon.
There's hot dogs there.
The dry food made me got hiccups. Oy.
Do you see a green light? Like I just turned left on the red light.
Did you see a cop?
Maybe I should put fuel in here. It's not quite at half.
We're almost to Obregon. Do you want to wait to Obregon?
Boom, boom.
There's more speed bumps ahead.
Well, if there's a gas station on the right side, then I'll stop.
I got the hiccups.
You want me to scare you?
No.
Boo.
Didn't work. Barry says I said 4 or 5 feet and they've got very nasty claws. The guana or whatever it was.
No warning. Just a speed bump. So no gas station on my side?
I don't know.
I don't see any. Guy walking in the street. Lots of food here. Do we pass this on the way out?
Hold on. Chris, what town are you in now? We are in Bicam. Bicam, Sonora.
Vicam, I think is how they spell it. V as in
Victor.
Victor. Okay, we'll go with Victor.
Dr. Campos says, I just looked at the H7935 lights. They are all 50 watts. I'm trying to reduce current draw. Granddad says, I'm going to have to go get ready for tomorrow. So, are you leaving us, Granddad's? I'm going to have to go. Got to get ready for tomorrow, yes.
Okay, good night, Granddad.
Thank
It's
you for
night. It's
coming.
night here, so. I could go for a taco or something too.
No.
I didn't say we were. I said I could.
But when I said I could go for a coffee.
We weren't passing a coffee place, were we? I was just passing a taco place.
No, stop it.
Yeah, we'll go to Ciudad Obregón for gas. I'm just above half a tank. I don't remember passing this place on the way out.
Yes.
I don't remember. Because we go through, after Ciudad Obregón, it's straight to Hermosillo. We didn't go through here.
Yes, we did. This is the road they're always fixing. And there's a bunch of people selling shit in the streets.
I don't know.
Very good at this. Unless it was a monitor lizard, one or the other.
Oh, I know what a monitor lizard is.
Brenda says, Bob, I sent this boy pictures through. Chris says, Granddad, the Granddads have a good day, Tony.
That was too fast. That's 661. And he's not slowing down for no.
Just in case you guys have widows where you are, Chris. Brenda says, Chris says, Barry, not here. Uno says,
Maybe it's too cold there.
Uno says,
Again?
is this thing on? ¿Qué sabidurías?
It is on.
Mark says, off the campo, no diffuser on the glass either. Uno says, earlier someone mentioned 914s. Are they around down there?
No, they're not here. We have other Volkswagens, but not those. Yes, I know it's a Porsche. It was supposed to be a Volkswagen first.
Off the campo, Mark, they look a lot like the aircraft landing lights I used in the past.
I'm getting passed by buses like crazy, and I'm doing 100. How much are they doing? And that is Tufesa 187. That looks like the 2-story. That's a really tall bus. I'd rather be in there. sleeping. Hey guys, Mrs. Speck has the hiccups. What is the cure for that? Should I turn on the air conditioning at full blast?
No. Stop yelling. Uno says rico suave. Mark says to off the campo. I think that's what they are. You can see over a mile down the road from them.
You don't want to blind other people with that.
Uno says Carmanguia.
There's lots of Carmanguias here. Not sure you'd want one.
Barry says Cougars, Coyotes, Bears. Mark says to uno suave, not suave. Chris says it's calling it. Chris says I'm calling it a night. Been a long day. Safe trip back home. You too, and good day to the rest of you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Good night.
Good night, Chris. Mark answers to uno. It's French. Uno says boo.
I tried that. It didn't work.
Mark says to Mexican Spec, ask her what her middle name is. Wouldn't that be the other way around? If we remember my middle name?
How would it get rid of your hiccups if I remember your middle name?
No, because it would be the fear of you remembering because you don't remember anything.
I know what her name is.
Her?
Talking about you, right? What did you say?
Ask her what her middle name is. Bob the Campos says, I had my heat on full blast today.
We don't need that, Buff. Definitely not. I'm touching the windshield. It's 8 o'clock at night, and it doesn't even feel chilly.
Uno says, open the windows for a minute and let a bunch of fresh air in. Then the AC full blast. ¿Por qué no Carmanguia? He says, ¿por qué no Carmanguia?
Because the ones here were all imported, and they've been messed with, I mean, a lot. And then they want 400,000 pesos for them. You can find much better ones over there. They're plentiful.
Suspect, what is your middle name? Should I say?
Sure.
My middle name is Lucia. Lucia.
But Uno, if you were talking about a Volkswagen Up before, I don't think they're old enough to even import into Canada. So you're going to have to wait a little while on that one. Unfortunately, by the time they are, I probably won't be able to find one that's in decent enough condition to ship out. Although Buff wants a Ford Ka, and I keep seeing them around. But, I mean, we probably have to buy it for like 25,000 pesos, you know, plus the transport and everything. But when it gets back here, we'd have to do upholstery and paint and maybe, you know, do a tune-up on the engine and make it really nice. Because I'm not seeing anything. Nobody takes care of those cars. Nobody. They're cheap and nobody cares.
Uno says this is more exciting than the Monday night football.
I don't know if that's positive for us or negative for the football.
Oh.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Mark says, okay, your hiccups should be gone now. They actually are. So. Uno says Lucia or Lucia. No. Neither. You don't have Lucia names there in the US?
Sure, there's plenty of Mexicans there.
No, but I mean.
Their name is Lucy.
Yeah, it's kind of like Lucy.
Yes. You know, she keeps pulling the football away from Charlie Brown. she's the evil one. But if you have 5 cents, she's a psychiatrist too. So, or was it 25 cents?
Uno says, I saw a Lupo yesterday on a local classified, but I think 2005s are legal here.
Yeah, you got 50. No. It has to be 15 years old to import into Canada. So in 2005. But yeah, okay, yeah.
Mark says,
Yeah, that's 20 years old.
Mark says, the suspect is a trick I learned a long time ago. Only problem is it only works once. Dang it. So Oscar, last name?
Oh. Well, you can ask something else, can't you?
Would it work?
Oh boy. Almost 8 o'clock here. Smooth road. Haven't hit any potholes.
You have to say it, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, we're in Sonora. So the potholes have been filled. I'll put fuel in and Ciudad Obregón.
Drop it there.
And I'm just above a half a tank. And I've gone 243 kilometers on this tank. So it should take another 1,000 pesos to fill it up again. Sorry, fill him up again. Something in front of me, but I don't know what it is. A motorcycle?
Looks like it. Yeah, I think it's one of those motorcycles that have blue lights in the helmet as well.
Yeah.
And it's flashing.
So I will get out of that lane. I don't want to run anybody over tonight. At least not on camera. I don't want to damage my license plate.
Uno says, says prostitutes are legal here. Well, let's get shopping, amigos.
Yep.
Dan says, I just shouted you out of the end of that Stairs live.
Thank you very much. So people can come here and see a dark highway, huh? Very clear night tonight. Very nice.
Uno says,
So?
Can we get shopping?
Yes. Tell me what you want. I'll get it to the border.
Dan says, living dangerously.
There's some pretty nice Mexican trucks up to 2010. Regular cab short beds. Fully loaded. They're called the Cheyenne, if you please. Fully loaded trucks. Not like the US regular cab short bed, which were the cheapest trucks you can get with the 6 cylinders and no options. Wasn't 2010 when the new body style came out? The really square one?
You're asking me?
No, I'm asking them.
I'm glad.
Or was that 2007 when the new body style came out? That squared off the earlier one. I don't know, it's hard to keep up. Now we do have the second generation Lincoln LT here, Mark LT, which was the Lincoln truck that the US never got. And supposedly they can be imported into the US even though they're not 25 years old because they have the same emissions and everything else. I'm not sure how that process works though. But yeah, it's a luxury truck that the US never got. What are you doing? Don't move. would have been bad. Pretty close to see that over there.
Yeah.
I don't see it. I don't see any lights at all from the city.
Not quite, but there's like some mountains or something there.
I'm hungry.
We are 30 kilometers away.
How much?
13.
That should just fly by.
Una says, where do you find the cars? Maybe a church parking lot or professional building or university might have a decent roof or up. What's the little pickup Saviero?
Saviero, yeah.
Dan says, Daddy Frank played the guitar and the French harp. Una says, Lucia has emissions every hiccup.
Bro, he's got his high beams on. Yeah, because nobody is more important than him. Why are you changing lanes behind a slow truck? Get back in your lane before you hit that truck and I have to slam on my brakes. Some people's children, you know.
Dan says, how I love my Rancho Grande. Dan says, Freddy Fender equals Valdemar Huerta.
Maybe this is the truck that we were behind before, that had the flashing light. Finally caught up to him. I've got it set at exactly 100 kilometers per hour. Finally passing this truck.
Dan says Freddy Fender was so good. Una says, if you find me a Lupo, I will name it Lucia.
What year Lupo do you want? I'm not sure what years they were sold here. Although we just walked by a Volkswagen dealer by the hotel and there's a brand new one sitting there.
Maricula said wasted days. Dan says, I believe Freddy Fender was the Mexico and the jail time for marijuana. Danny Boyd said unwasted nights.
Yep.
I think
That's the next line in my song. Park this in a hotel parking lot or anything because there's no lock on the trailer. There's only a lock on my hitch.
That says nice. They got reflectors in the pavement.
Yep, I can follow those. But if there's new pavement, which is some areas up here, there's nothing. Then I don't know where to go. Teslas would be lost here in some of the areas.
That's a nice looking road here from what I can tell.
So far, a little bit farther ahead after we hit Ciudad Obregón, it's cement, but then you have to go over these little bridges just like this one. You go up and down, just one right after the other, because it's asphalt on the bridge, and then you get back to cement, and then you go another transition to asphalt and then back to the bridge. It's not as smooth as it should be. But I'm not complaining, because they've been working on this highway right at this area for years and years and years, and they finally got it open on both sides. So 60.
It's a little town.
Okay, I'm slowing down. Slowing down to 80. No, there's no kids out right now. School zone, not now.
That's it. Asphalt has more give than cement or concrete too.
Yeah, but when you put asphalt here with the extreme heat, it doesn't do well at all.
You're talking about Edward Rabbit and Glen Campbell?
Eddie Rabbit.
Yes.
I love a rainy night. I love a rainy night.
No, since you didn't leave a trail of tortillas to find your way home?
No. I use the signs to tell me where to go.
Chris says how many? Okay.
From when we get to Ciudad Obregón, it's about 3-hour drive. That's what it takes us to get there. Because we always stop there at the Walmart and eat a little breakfast on the way up. So it's about a 3-hour drive, because it's from there and then to Navajoa, which is a little small area, and then from there, it's our town is the next, our city is the next. Why is there a truck on the left side with flashing lights on?
Turn out lights. That's
It has hazard lights on.
You ought to see the groups in I-75 from the 18-wheelers being stuck in traffic in the summer afternoon in the city.
Yeah, when there's old asphalt, there's grooves from these 18-wheelers, and it's really hard to stay on the road. I'd rather travel in the left lane. Now I see a lot of laws coming in. You can't drive in the left lane. You can't stay in the left lane of a freeway. You have to stay in the right lane unless you're passing somebody. But the left lane is the best, because that's the big trucks don't go there, so they don't damage the road. I usually stay in the left lane until somebody comes up to me like this guy whizzing past me. Another Volkswagen. People buy a lot of Volkswagens here. So we're going straight through Ciudad Obregón, right? Oh, that way for big trucks. Are we here?
Yep.
This is Ciudad Obregón?
Yep.
Okay. You're gonna have to...
Exit.
What? Here?
Exit. Yeah.
Go here?
Yeah.
I need gas. This is to go around, right?
To go, not go through the city.
But I need fuel.
Let me see. There's fuel up ahead.
Okay.
Actually, there's fuel right there.
Yeah, but can I get to it?
Oh, never mind. No, you can't.
I cannot get to it.
I thought it was connected, but it's not. There's fuel up ahead.
82 kilometers to Navajoa.
Are we going to the Libre?
I don't know. You told me to go this way.
Yeah, this is marking me on the map. I mean, we're going the right way. I just think we're going through the Libre.
It puts us back to where we need to be.
Yeah.
But we're behind a slow truck.
I just noticed because we're not on the 15. It's the 15B. What's the right?
Why didn't we drive through the city? Where the gasoline stations are.
No, I don't know.
You're the one that told me to go this way.
This is what the map told me.
This was only for the heavy trucks.
Eso es de Cobra Esperanza. We're not on the Libre.
Looks like there's a toll booth up there.
Yeah, there's a toll booth. We're not on the Libre.
So is this an extra toll booth that we have to pay now?
No,
That's not in the budget.
No, because instead of if we would have gone through the town, they would have still charged us. There was a toll booth up ahead when you made a turn.
I'm right exactly at a half a tank. And I've gone 267 kilometers. So that's not bad. Something's smelling weird around.
Wendy English is here.
Hi Wendy. Thank you for joining us on our road trip back to the house.
Sorry, could have started talking about Kenny Rogers.
Kenny Rogers. Yeah. I like a lot of his songs. I know a lot of his songs. Dolly Parton lost the two most important men in her life recently. Well, her husband recently and Kenny Rogers a couple of years ago.
Dan says, any air-cooled Volkswagen stuff still sold down there?
Everything is sold here for air-cooled Volkswagens. There's a Volkswagen place in Guadalajara that sells anything you need for them. It's not the best quality, but it'll do. Are those supposed to be hazard lights?
Wendy wants to know where you're driving to.
We are driving through the state of Sonora right now, and we're passing Ciudad Obregón. If you want to look at it on a map or something, we're passing Ciudad Obregón right now. Okay, I don't know if that's for residents or something.
Mark says, what's smelling weird? Smell like grease or gear oil?
Look at those prices. Oh, tag. Wait.
There's a dot there. There's a dot there. Calm down.
Yes. Autos are 215. Which means it's going to be 400 and something. This was a bad idea. A very, very bad idea.
Okay.
This was not in the budget.
Nothing was in the budget, darling.
Yes, it was, but not this.
That bumper wasn't in the budget. Ask her if we're going the right way.
431.
Ask her if we're going the right way.
Going the right way for what?
Los Mochis.
Buenas noches. Vamos a Los Mochis. Estamos bien aquí.
See?
Why didn't you just take us through the city where we know?
I was following the map.
No, you were not.
Fíjate con el mapa.
So now do we have enough to get home? Of money? That was not in the budget. What is the reason it costs so much to get through here?
No sé.
Same thing happened when we went around Hermosillo. It was a very expensive toll booth, which is why we don't do it anymore. And I don't see any gas stations here.
There's a gas station up ahead.
We're not even at.
We've been live for 5 hours now.
Yeah. If you want to get off, then end it.
You won't stop yapping until I end it?
We're not going through that. We're not buffing Kim. You're not.
I don't know that reference. And then as with no new OEM air. Uno says on. I know for a minute or two the logo was named Volkswagen Fox in other markets and 3 doors only, none of those stinking 5-door hatchbacks.
You have to say what year model you're talking about.
Think we need to write down a note of where. We're going through cities and where we're going out of the cities, because like
No, we go through Ciudad Obregón every time. Every time. That's where the gas stations are.
Uno de estos yo had the Amarok trucks.
We don't go around anything anymore. It's too expensive.
Do you have Amarok trucks?
Have what?
Amarok.
Amarok? Those are really new. I'd have to see what year they came out. But you don't want to drive one and be made fun of.
Mark says, have a safe rest of your trip, you two. I have the rest. Been a long day. Night, everyone.
Good night, Mark.
Good night.
Thank you here for so long.
Dan says, Jesus, that truck was all the way in the shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we do here, actually.
Especially on a 2-lane road like this. If somebody's coming the other way, you better move over. Because you don't know if they're going to stay in their lane. Lucky I wasn't out of gas. I don't remember any toll booths after Ciudad Obregón or before. So this was extra that we didn't need to pay. It's not like we're over there, we're going to pay the same. Well, you need to remember, because we had exactly the amount, I gave you the exact amount for the toll booths that we had to pay. We had to with the trailer. You can't just throw 400 pesos out the window. Far up is the fuel station. I don't like being on 2-lane roads either.
Kilometers.
We're making good time.
I'll touch the fog line, but I'm old and losing my faculties.
This truck in front of me is moving over, giving me a chance to pass him, but I'm not going to pass him. There's nobody in front of him, so I don't know what's coming up. I'd rather, if anything happens, he's in front of me, and I can see what happens to him.
Mark said, I would have stayed for the whole life, but I'm pooped. That says, Mark, well, miss you, brother. Mark says, do you like the six-pack movie, then? The six-pack movie. Hope Arcade on Play is here.
Hi, Kay. Welcome. We're on a dark highway. Now there's a vehicle behind me that I don't know what it is. I don't like that. That truck that just passed me is a Ram 1200. I think it's also a Fiat. Okay. Happens when I need it.
Did you flash me? I think it is.
Yeah, he turned his high beams off because I got.
Oh, I thought he said you're good to go. Like,
I don't know. Possible. That got up to 120.
and I was there for myself. So I was just helpless child. I was going to have a weird K says, get on it.
I just did.
Dan says, yes.
Past that truck. I don't know. I've never been on this road, so I don't know what to expect.
We've been here.
I haven't been here.
Smells like weed in there. Nope, that's here. And it says, fuck yeah, glorious blessed wood. What? Sorry, glorious wood? Okay, it says, sounds like a Ford truck.
No, it does not.
Barry says, remember Solid Gold and those dancers? That was it. I'm still here, just quiet. Josh says, Durango. No fun.
Yeah. Dodge Durango 360 under the hood. Plenty of power when I need it. Keep towing a trailer. Which is what I'm doing. It's an empty trailer, but it's a trailer.
You gave me flashbacks to the Ram.
Ram Charger?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't like being on two-lane roads. Especially at nighttime. So many people have bright headlights that blind me that I can't see where I'm going. Like I said, I wanted to put fuel in when I got to a half a tank. Not lower than that. We were coming into a city that had gas stations. See when I put high beams and low beams together.
That was more than 100 kilometers out from the city here. All we have is our 2-lane roads.
We shouldn't even be driving at night, let alone on a 2-lane road. Although this is basically for the heavy trucks to not go through the middle of the little city. So that's what we're experiencing is all of these trucks on here. It's not for us. that little car.
Smart, there's a gas station up ahead, like passing this field. Is that a sign of gas station? No, that's a phone. Never mind.
So look at some message you already read.
No, but like paying attention to the gas station.
Well, I'll see it when it comes up. But I'm under a half a tank now.
Where it says a pub there, and that one says Pub McDonald is closed, not just a very large private house. One that says Micro 360, very nice. There is a 6-pack EFE set up for them that adds 20+% fuel economy. Does the truck have electric? You set up Amazon with we can send you gas cards. We can look into getting an Amazon wish list.
I don't know anything about that stuff.
I can set it up for you.
I would appreciate anything though. Do they do that in Mexico too?
Yeah.
I don't know about a gas card. I don't know how I would use a gas card in Mexico. See more messages. There's nothing out here. These are hills. We're not going to put a gas station in the hills.
Oh, the gas station is farther up. It's 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers up. They're showing you weird on my map.
I don't trust GPS, and you know that.
I know.
Now we're going through hills on both sides. Lose that.
That's but I don't know some per se. Barry says, what brand of beer do you slake your thirst with? I feel like a beer myself. Do you feel like beer?
Do you look like a beer too?
That's what I was gonna say.
I don't know who you're asking, but I don't do beer. Never have, never will. And not only because I'm gluten free.
I was thinking about it and I decided on Coors Light.
You're drinking beer tonight, Dan? And not the stuff you usually drink?
Una says, get an Amazon wish list, an eBay store, and mailing address, probably a PO box. Is that safer on you?
I can't have an eBay store.
No.
They canceled all my eBay accounts in 2010 when COVID hit. I sent out a whole bunch of merchandise to customers and it wasn't getting there fast enough. So they canceled, they returned all the money out from my account to all the customers, and then all the merchandise arrived later. So I lost merchandise and money, and there was nothing I could do about it.
Nan says, although in this day and age, most things public suck. Wendy says,
I still got about a half a tank, so I'm fine. I don't like seeing big numbers on the gas pump. You know, 1,000 pesos is fine, but when it gets to 1,200, 1,500, I don't like seeing that.
Dan says, tank reception and airway propagation.
But I am getting 14, 15 miles per gallon right now, so I'm doing 110. Yeah, 110.
Dan says, Timex and Chevron. Barry says, Barry says that was probably an emo biter man. Emo bitter?
Bitter man.
Okay. Josh says, I don't know chocolate. Me neither.
Me neither. And there's beer stores on every corner where we live.
Dan Dan says, Dan is drinking gin as usual. Only now I have margarita. Dan, right? I don't know what that is.
I don't know.
Davo says, not really any beer at all. If I was to be sociable, then a Cooper's Pale Ale. Uno says, Budweiser is made with rice, not wheat. Dan says, MK Ultra is the only Busch product I'll buy. Uno says, Lucia can have an eBay store and people can send items to you through that also.
Sorry, I've used my name, her sister's name. They just won't allow it anymore. And then PayPal accounts, all that stuff. I mean, I could probably set up an account but not be able to sell anything through it. I'd have to set up new email, new everything. Because I've had so many accounts. They just done the best I could. What was that over there?
We're going that way. Sorry. No, go hacia Oregon. We're going to Oregon.
Yes, trying to anyway. Now, is this going to take us back the wrong direction?
What do you mean the wrong direction?
Because I'm pretty sure we passed Cielo Oregon quite a while ago. Yeah, it looks like we're going backwards.
Are we? No, we were supposed to go. Fuck. Well, we're on the road. We just need to make a U-turn. This GPS is like really weird because it was showing me that we were supposed to be on this side of the road. Where is the U-turn on this shit?
Well, at least we're back on the 4-lane highway. Let's get over this crest and see if there's a gas station up here. There's lights.
No, the U-turn is up ahead.
On the left?
Yeah, on the U-turn.
Well, I don't
There's a
see
U-turn up ahead.
how that's going to happen. But I still need a fuel station.
There's a fuel station up ahead as well.
Up there?
Yeah.
You better tell me before I get there because I can't see anything.
Okay.
I can't just be jamming on the brakes on this thing.
I mean, you mean U-turn?
Yes.
Oh, okay. There's gonna be train tracks on U-turn, but I'll let you know.
Got a vehicle coming up behind me. Right there? Oh, that's a...
No, he goes further down. I'm keeping my eye. And there might be... No, they can't be. We're almost to that point. Yeah, it's up ahead. Start reducing your speed slightly.
Oh, the truck just...
Right here, we see not right here, but like start getting into that side. There you go. Okay. Now we're on the 15.
That's like 80 kilometers down. I need fuel before that.
Yeah, I'm just checking with you.
And that'll get us home. You can look at the comments. I'll see a gas station when it appears. This is not a smooth road.
Okay. That says we'll never do e-movies. Barnes says cloudy but fine. Wendy says I don't like to get mine below a half a tank.
Me either.
Dan says I mean Mick Ultra. Sorry.
Michelob.
Barry says I really don't like PB. P.S. Victor, P.S. Boy. Dan says, I now have to keep my Corolla under half a tank because the GD exhaust dragged off and punctured the tank. Uno says, beer isn't meant to be drank room temperature and flat. Oh, shoot. Sorry. I moved.
There should be 1,000 Toyota Corolla gas tanks in your local pick-apart yard.
The English is supposed to be room temperature and flat. English drink warm flat beer is because you can feel more in the glass if it doesn't bubble, and the cold hurts those baked beans they call beans. Dan says 250 to replace the exhaust and downstream O2 sensor. Tavo says, do you have an idea which direction you're going?
No clue. We're on the right track now.
We're on the 15th, Highway 15th.
Yeah,
That's
it's the main highway.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I'm driving faster with a trailer than these little cars. I'm only doing a little over 100 kilometers per hour.
Uno says, I love it when Senora Spec says GPS. It sounds way fancier. What is GPS? GPS. Okay, sorry, no, I meant. Barry says, thank goodness for refrigeration. And then he says, hopefully I'll be able to mend the tank with some JB weld.
I've done that before.
Uno says 250, you can get a used Corolla.
That's true.
Bob Del Campo says, I received a set of horns from D-Man today.
Yeah.
No more wimpy Fairmont horns.
Some of the Fairmont horns were pretty loud, you know, just like the regular Crown Victoria horns. Maybe one of your horns wasn't working. There's more traffic here.
4 kilometers to the gas station. Uno says, where are you? Tokyo, New York City? I don't know. Uno says, where are you? Tokyo, New York City? Dan says, Wood, FTW. Así de that's when you accelerate. Tavo says, nice loud style, Bob Del Campo. Uno says, the moon. Uno says, it is too dangerous to carry a jerry can or DOS. Or those?
Yeah, or those.
Bob said, I'm sorry, Dan says to Bob, I put Lincoln dual note horns in my 10th side when it's single note on unit fill. Josh says, it's not advised to carry gas in your car, it can leak and catch fire. Or the fumes, you know,
Yeah,
the fumes.
we saw that on a Chips episode. I saw that.
Dan says 10 y 5, 50. No,
the SE5 is 15.
It's 100 the highway. I think it's 2% of 105.
No, it's 15.
No, it's the 15. 1-5.
Now I see a fuel station.
Okay.
I also see a guy with his brakes on in front of me.
Bob says to Dan, these are dual node, 410 hertz and 510 hertz. Haven't heard them yet.
We'll hook them up to a battery.
Barry says, what sort of horns did 1950s American cars have? The ones that sound like they mean business.
Big ones. Especially the Cadillacs.
Dan says, oh wait, no, I'm 50 y 10.
That would be 60.
He said 10. Dan says, wide open throttle for the win.
It gets this truck going.
Uno says, highway quinceañera. Kind of, yeah. Bob Del Campo says, it has...
Why are we stopping?
Because he wants to get in as well.
Well, what's stopping you? Is this the same guy I was behind on that other road over there?
I don't know.
He's got the same turn signal thing.
Bob Del Campo says, it has one original horn and it can almost be heard. herd. Dan says, to Buff the Campo, you might consider a relay to preserve that TS stock horn switch. Don't know if those cars even use a horn relay, but the older ones did. Josh says, might be.
Wow, that's a bad.
Dan says, misspelled precaution, lol. Yes. But it's not. It's in Spanish.
Is this diesel?
I don't know, darling.
That's diesel. I don't want diesel. Regular and premium.
Don't walk in the front.
Nope.
Uno says, ¿por qué alto? Why do we stop? Because we need gas. Tavo says, warning on the back door looks the same. Yeah, I think it's the same truck. Josh says, that's precaution in Spanish. Yep, precaución. What was I looking for? You're cleaning your window, guys. One second.
312.9 kilometers that were run. 121822 total. And this time it was 1,366.59.
Uno says, do we get firecrackers or Fanta?
Nothing. Just gasoline. And this should get us home. No problem.
And we're almost there.
Yeah. Hey, the headlights came right on. Nice.
Right on.
Good boy. He said people go flying past that speed bump there. They don't see it. These big rigs, they go flying over that thing. It's nighttime. There's no signs. There's nothing that says anything until you get right up on it.
Bob del Campo says, yeah, the California Highway Patrol like Broderick Crawford's show, but didn't know what to do about his drinking.
Yeah. What they did about his drinking is they made him a passenger in the car on the show.
There's more bumps up ahead.
Yeah.
At least one.
Good. I'm fine behind a big truck that finds them first. Yeah, you go that way, little car. Speaking of a Toyota Corolla. So what was said when I was gone? What are you guys talking about me?
About you?
Yeah.
Not much. Let me see. Josh confirmed that's precaution in Spanish.
Precaution.
Precaution, because they were saying they spelled precaution wrong.
Wrong is how you look at it.
Also said, Uno says I add Roadrunner beep beep mopper horns to everything. Dan says Bob del Campo, my beloved old 82 GT 5.0 had the TS dot mounted horn switch. Uno says, why are you staring at the back door, at her back door?
Where else would you stare?
Bob del Campo says to Uno, you won't hear your horns on the moon. Uno says, no, you won't hear any horns on the moon. I don't know what that means. Bob del Campo says to Dan, I don't like...
This better not be another toll booth.
It is.
More money. You just paid a whole bunch of money.
Bob says to Dan, I don't like this stock mounted switch. Dan says, you're better at that than the bumps in New York City. Barry says, the sort of horn that Broderick Crawford would have had in his Buick. On his Buick. Davo says, do you tip the squeegee guys there?
Yeah, if he only puts gas in the guy that put gas in it, if he only puts gas in it, then I tip him 5. If he cleans the windshield too, then I tip him 10. So 220, 219. Bueno. Gracias.
A ver, permíteme el boleto.
Gracias. Hope she got it right.
280, 91.
another one?
Navajo.
Toll Booth and Navajo.
I don't know.
Not going around Navajo.
We don't know how way around. Yeah, that's a toll. Navajo. Okay. Dan says to the campo, not optimal, but once you're used to it, adequate. You might could convert it to a conventional wheel-mounted horn switch. Wendy says, I'm glad you found gas.
Thank you. It was around somewhere. In this area, there's always gas stations. But we went to Michoacan to buy a carry-all, and there was no gas stations anywhere for 100 kilometers. So you really have to pay attention to what you're doing there. It's crazy.
Dan says to Barry, Roderick Crawford prefers a horn full of whiskey. Barry says, I've heard that.
If you're driving with your hands at 9 and 3, then your fingers can just hit the horn on the Fairmont. But you're supposed to be driving at 10 and 2, so then you have to move your hand down and try to hit it. But usually it's a panic thing, so you're, by the time you get done with it, you don't even find it.
Uno says, lots of Southern Californians fill the windshield washer reservoir with liquor and run the hose into the car under the dash.
Oops.
But,
I have to turn on cruise control before I can set it. 'Cause I shut the truck off.
Dan says, I was fine drink driving in high school and in my 20s, but I wouldn't want to do it now at my age.
We have to pass the truck with the orange flashing light again.
Dan says, I read that you could fit a whole six-pack in the passenger side fresh air vent in a 67 and later a nobody. Dan says that Mamacita looks fine. Are we talking about the person?
Who was that?
I don't know, Dan.
I didn't see any females.
Dan says, I ain't got much left for her anymore, but I still get a rise out of her. Bob the Campo says, I put gas, cleaned the windshield, and put air in tires, ultra high school. Never once got a tip.
I want to know how much you've had to drink tonight, Dan, because I didn't see any females. Are you hallucinating?
Uno says, isn't there a version of Murphy's Law in Mexico? Always carry an extra 1,000 hidden in 50 places, 20 at a time?
It's probably a good idea, but then you never find it because it was hidden.
Barry says, I remember in the 70s, it was common to see young guys cruising around town, swigging on a big bottle of beer behind the wheel. The cops saw them, but just let them be.
Yep.
Dan says, long pinky can still hit that horn. Dan says, I ain't got a long anything. Long with it, baby.
Mad stopped all of that permissiveness with drunk drivers. 1982 that was. I remember that very clearly because I blame them for me missing one question on my written test.
Bob says 10 and 2. I like the Italian 8 and 4 better.
8 and 4. That's too low.
And Dan says at the toll booth.
Oh. Wasn't paying attention. I was just giving her money. Getting nothing in return. Gracias. guy behind me flashed his lights for me to get in front of him to pass this truck. So I had to say thank you with hazard lights. It's got a full tank. Let's tear through here. Later, cockroach. Now, if this truck would stay at 100 kilometers per hour, I'll stay behind it. No problem.
That says that Bucharest is hauling.
Yep. Isn't it odd for us older guys? The entry-level cars could never do 100 and something miles per hour on a freeway or a highway. But these modern cars, even the cheapest ones, can maintain that speed. Oh, too bad. Not gonna happen. Why are you flashing me? Stop flashing me. I'm not going over there. I'm staying right here. I think I'm catching up on the truck though. Gotta get in front of this guy.
Bob says, I thought that was my alarm. Sorry.
I have an alarm set for 9 o'clock to take my pills, but I'm in the truck, so hopefully it's my blood pressure pill. It won't take us that long to get home, so I'll take it when I get home.
And says, Jesus, the performance cars barely the triple digits when we were adolescents.
Yeah. Now, no matter what you got, police chase just about every car doing 100 miles per hour.
Bob says, good you said that. I need to take my meds.
Glad to be of service, bub. For a while. GPS. So familiar place. As long as I stay around these trucks, we're fine. That gas station, I don't know how that guy can deal with it. There were roaches, there were crickets, there were other flying bugs around there. I think grasshoppers too, or locusts, or whatever you want to call them. Flying all over the place. Did you get the windshield clean enough?
Yeah.
Can you guys see? Something you may notice on these cars that pass, they turn on their left-hand turn signal when they're passing a vehicle. I've asked many people why they do that. I've asked police officers, why do people do that? And nobody has an answer for me because it doesn't do anything. You're not signaling to anybody that you're making a turn or anything.
Dan says, I ain't looked at my BP in a while.
Has it looked at you?
Dan says, I'm 40-ish. 40-ish pounds under the last time. 40-ish pounds under the last time I checked my BP though. Dan says, nice little windshield.
Good.
Barry says, I like that scene in Dumb and Dumber when Lloyd falls asleep at the wheel. Next thing, I love the flower girl. Dan says, I'm in the left lane. I'll turn it off when I return to the right lane. God damn it.
But it's what people do here. If they're coming up on somebody and there's a car in the right lane, they're in the left lane, they'll put the left-hand turn signal on. The person in the right lane can't see that as they're passing. So what is the point? I really don't understand it. And I don't do it. I don't know who that signal is for, apart from the driver himself. We've been driving all this time and my temperature gauge is almost at completely cold.
That says to Barry, that song is one of my earliest memories, riding in Mass new 68 Mustang convertible with a 203 speed manual.
Once we pass over into Sinaloa, it's going to be like an obstacle course to avoid all the potholes. I'm not looking forward to that.
Off the map of cold, does your thermostat work?
Yeah, sure does. It was up for a while and it's getting cooler outside, so the temperature's going down.
Wendy says, how far are you from home?
We're probably 2.5 hours or so. It's hard to say in kilometers because we passed Ciudad Obregón, it would be 80 kilometers to the next little city. And then I'm not even sure how many kilometers it is home. 2 hours maybe from there. But going through the obstacle course, I may not be able to drive at 100 because the potholes are violent. Less violent without the Hormiga on the trailer, but
That says, say, oh Jesus, you all are into the night.
is that another lyric from a song?
I think it's gonna be here for a while.
Or song lyric, if you will?
We're gonna be here for a while.
Stop yawning. Ugh, I can't yawn, I'm the driver. I wonder if putting Vicks Vapor Rub on your chest while you're driving will keep you awake.
Don't put it to close your eyes.
This is why I do not take this truck and a trailer to drive to a car and then bring it back, because it's double the fuel and every toll booth charges double because they charge 50% of the fee for a car for every axle extra, light axles, and the trailer has 2 axles, so it doubles every toll. So it adds up quickly. I hear they're not supposed to charge for a tow dolly but they do anyway. What's the message?
Welcome up says 29 Fahrenheit here right now. Wendy says drive safe, you too.
I am.
Or it says, cool, one of my earliest memories song is Downtown with Petunia Clark.
Yep.
Dan says to Buffalo Campo, I got 27 Fahrenheit according to Google. Dan says to Barry, excellent song. Buffalo Campo says to Barry, Downtown was when I was about 12.
It's my temperature says it's 72 here, but I think it's cooler than that outside. But it looks really crisp outside, like one of those cool nights that is crisp. This guy's racing up on my right.
Dan says to Barry, it reminds me of a 67 Buick Skylark.
Dodge attitude, and it's a bad attitude. Bad attitude. Get in your lane before you hit the back of a truck. Yeah, pay attention. Navajoa. Yes. We have a friend that lives in Navajoa. He has a wonderful car collection. Behind closed doors, he doesn't want anybody to know he has them, so he's not a target of any bad stuff. So he won't let anybody go in there and record or anything. But Navajoa is a pretty small place, and his family has been in the area for generations. So we went to a car show here in a place called Alamos, and he brought a few of his cars out. So we went into the museum in that little town, and everywhere you look, it says that this item was on loan from him on behalf of his family. Just all over the museum. He's got some pretty deep roots here.
What this says 23 in Pennsylvania tonight. One says, okay, I think the loophole I want is not what you have, because the president's name was Fox, so most likely called the Fox a loophole in Mexico, but they didn't sell well, so stopped after 2009. 3-door, 0509, 5-speed air conditioning, CC sunroof. Dan says to Wendy, you're all getting that lake effect of the Atlantic Ocean?
Who knows, when I get back home, I'll look to see what's available on the Lupo. But we didn't have the Volkswagen Fox here. That was a Brazilian car. That was never sold here. It skipped over us and they dropped that junk on you guys.
Wendy answers to Dan, no, just cold. Una says, did you get the Seat or Skoda version of the Up? I think we called CD or MII.
I don't think so. I think the only thing that looks like an Up was the Volkswagen. Seat sold like 2 or 3 models only. The Cupra is their performance model, and they had Leon and the other one. It'll come to me. The cheaper one, the small one. They're basically just Volkswagen models. It's the same company.
We're almost under Navajoa.
Okay. All kinds of flashing lights up here.
Yeah, so seriously. Barry says going downtown with my mother on late night shopping was late night shopping Friday was just like the song described. Bob says I drove a Skoda in England, but no Skodas here in the U.S.
No, there was no Skodas here, just a Seat.
Dan says my mom is from Pittsburgh, where it gets cold. I think you guys are close to Philly, where it really gets cold. Blizzard of 1950s got us in Ohio too.
Okay, what is this truck? Is this a tow truck? Towing something?
No?
Yes, it is.
No,
It's towing a van.
Okay.
It's a pretty big flatbed to be towing just a van. You gotta watch out for motorcycles around here.
Barracuda says my uncle had a Skoda. He was a commie. Dan says I love to have the reference to compare the Blizzard of 278, which I seen and remember, to the Blizzard of 50, which even I didn't see.
Reduce speed ahead.
Wendy says to Dan, they are both like 3 hour each way, depends where you're going.
Here's an ambulance running a code 3. He must really have somebody in there. Oh, that was bright. He must really have somebody in there and not just playing with the lights. See? Got a motorcycle right next to me. No rear light. Doesn't matter. And no helmet either. No protection of any kind.
Dan says Winter Wonderland. And Dan says, let me clarify. Commies ain't any good at all. Dan says,
That's a given, Dan.
Dan says, eye protection? I don't see a helmet.
No protection at all. Not even a rear tail light, so the person behind him, the car behind him, doesn't run him over. How hard is it to put a bulb in a tail light? Looks like Christmas around here. Woo. Christmas is coming soon, everybody. It's gonna be here really quickly. The stores here started selling Christmas stuff last month. Places like this that they don't have the lines painted really well in the street, it's really hard to see.
Dan says, I don't need tail light, but I do need eye protection.
You need a tail light if you want to stay alive. Where's the funeral home?
Huh?
Funeral home we went to.
Farther down.
Probably still has the coaches sitting right there, the square bodies. Here's the Coca-Cola plant right to the left. Every town has one. So the Coca-Cola you drink is locally produced, generally speaking. These people with their bright lights. I get blinded by one, and then one turns in front of me and another turns in front of me. Don't they know I'm towing a trailer? Nissan dealer, O'Reilly, not O'Reilly's. They dropped the S in Mexico. Hasn't moved off full yet.
Uno says, is it the round headlights Lupo? Volkswagen owns Audi, Bentley, Bugatti, Cupra, Lamborghini, Porsche, Seat, and Skoda. Some Lambos and Bentleys have Volkswagen part numbers, way cheaper.
Yeah, you
Barry,
just have to do research. But it's weird that you listed Cupra separate from Seat. because that's what Seat wanted to separate Cupra like it's its own brand. So I don't know. They're pretty interesting looking cars, like sporty little cars, but still a Volkswagen.
Barry says he was actually a nice, friendly guy, and he smiled a lot, but that's one of their traits.
Who?
I think he was talking about the Comey.
Oh,
Wendy says we started selling Christmas stuff at the end of September at my store I work at.
wow. They're getting earlier and earlier all the time.
Dan says I'm willing to put my tolerance for speed and any mirrors against a taillight. Dan says look at them duals on that ramp.
Right in the bumper.
Uno says all those different Soviet Cold War era people cars are pretty impressive feats of engineering considering the resources they had, and most of them are still running. Those history books are fun.
Yeah. But I wouldn't want one. I mean, primitive is primitive. Get into a Volkswagen Beetle that's as primitive as I want to get. Or an Omega. I hope my buyer's son enjoyed driving it, because it was not my favorite. But his wife told me in a message, says, I asked her, do you want to go eat, when you get here? Oh, no, we have other things to do, but the next time my husband buys a car from you, maybe we'll do that. So they're already planning on buying other cars from me. So in case whoever's new, I delivered the Omega by 2:00 p.m. It had crossed into the U.S. and put up on the trailer of the buyer, and it should be in Yuma, Arizona already, in his garage. So I haven't gotten any messages from him saying, hey, you did this wrong, you did that wrong, look at this, look at that. Nope, so far he's fine with the vehicle and everything that we did to get it to him. I'm going to be doing a video soon about all of the stories from this trip because there's so many of them. I mean, this is the 11th vehicle that I've taken to the border, and this is the first time that we were sent into secondary in the military revisions twice on the same trip, twice. That's never happened before. Usually they just wave us through. But on this one, I don't know if it was the Omega or whatever, they said, hey, go over there so we can check you out. Not once, but twice. So the second time, they didn't care about anything inside the truck. All the guys were just looking at the Omega, looking at it inside, looking at the not the technology, but the design. The engine is underneath the cab. The transmission is farther forward, like towards the front of the vehicle. And then it's front wheel drive on top of that, which is the only front wheel drive vehicle that Volkswagen made with the Beetle engine. So yeah, after they looked at that and showed them and explained everything, what it was and everything, they were like, have a nice day. But twice they did that to us.
We've been live for 6 hours.
Okay. Well, if you want to get off and put on some music, we can do that. Are you guys getting tired of looking at a dark road? This is a pretty small town. This is the main drag here. Hey, Carl's Jr. Darren. And Little Caesars. Gotta have a Little Caesars. They're probably still open. And AutoZone.
Then says I am north
Launching a railroad crossing.
Okay.
Am I?
Yeah, but it's the
Look at this guy. That's got to be high beams. There's no way that's low beams. I'm gonna stop at the light. Yeah, he's got his high beams on. No, my high beams, he wouldn't even know. Totally self-absorbed.
Dan says, I am North Monkey, complete with a space heater under my desk. Uno says, does Coca-Cola boil water and sewage infrastructures in the towns so the town gets cleaner, safer water to make into Coke? No. Buffalo Campos says, Yuma, my favorite city. Dan says, never any helmet except in a convertible at the drag strip. Josh says, not me. Uno says, amiga, what's that? Are you asking me what an amiga is, or are you asking me, are you calling me your amiga and asking me something else?
I said hormiga, Uno, not amiga. It is Hormiga. It's the Spanish word for ant. That's what the little Volkswagen truck is called that I delivered today.
Dan says, dark road is good for rubber burning crime. Uno says, amiga or hormiga? Dan says, I wonder if anyone ever called it hormiga? The W at the beginning?
Not anybody here. And just so you know, we just passed an Arco gas station. It's one of the most expensive gas stations here. It has the same price. There. Sorry about that trailer. Didn't see it. It has the same price for regular because the president dictated that everybody has to have the same price. But the premium is 4 pesos more than a liter of regular, and it's usually 2 to 3 in other gas stations. So yeah, they're not cheap here. Atlantic Richfield, not a cheap fuel here. We're coming to the end of the drag, so we're gonna get back on the highway soon. I'm gonna follow this bus, number 386. Okay. I guess I'm not gonna follow the bus because I'm not changing lanes. I'd rather be inside that bus on asleep than doing this drive right now, but like when I drive the trailer up north, yeah, hey, it would be so neat to be in a little car, a little nimble car to drive. Then when I drive in a little car, I said, hey, it would be neat to be in a full size, a truck or whatever. Then hey, we have, it'd be really neat to just put a trailer on the back and put a car up on there. So I'm never satisfied with what we're doing.
Josh says, Amiga's computer from the 80s. Yeah, I heard of that. Dan says, Ohio roads people. Uno says, it says that any car from Mexico has to be soil-free before entry will be allowed. How much rain does your border route get?
Almost none. But I can have it detailed before I put it up on the trailer. So that's not a problem.
Dan says,
Canada's really weird about a lot of things.
Dan says, Atlantic, big field. Josh says, gas isn't cheap anywhere anymore.
I'm going over here. No, but they don't, they're charging the extra peso per liter just because. I don't know where I'm going. Over this way?
Yeah, that's the only way.
Yeah, well, there's a truck sitting there. I need somebody in front of me. Come on, guy, pass me.
The bus?
No, this little piece of crap. Now the bus is passing me. Just so you know, guys, these buses that Tufesa runs are all stick shifts. There's no automatics here. They trust the drivers to shift the buses themselves. Those are pretty neat buses. They have 4-wheel steering on it. When he turns the wheels, the front wheels almost are at a 90-degree angle, and then the rear wheels turn also, so they can get in and out of very small stations, bus stations that they have all over the country. But like I said, Buff, if you come to Mexico, that's the bus line that you should use. Tufesa. We've had really good luck with them. Very nice buses, especially the 2-story buses, and they have your own screen in those, and you can listen to music or watch movies, whatever you want to do with a set of headphones.
That says to Joshua, but producing our own ethanol can be cheap. And Dan
We don't have
says-
ethanol here.
Dan says Ohio roads again. Dan says extra peso in because they are pendejos.
Yeah. This car in front of me is from Baja California. He has an AKC on his license plate.
Bobby Campos says 2.40/gallon for regular here in Clarksville, Tennessee.
You got the cheapest gas than all of us, Buff.
Dan says automatics are for mouth breathers.
Yeah, but you're not going to find a interstate bus like that with a stick shift in the U.S. They went to automatics years and years ago.
Chris says very tall bus. How tall are they?
How what?
How tall are they?
I don't understand.
How tall is the bus?
I don't know. You can look it up on the internet. Look up how tall is the 2-story Tufesa buses. It's pretty tall. It's got some of those have 2 stories. You can, there's a few seats on the bottom, and then they have all the storage for the luggage, and then they have a compartment for an extra driver under there, and then most of the seats are on the 2nd story. Those are the luxury buses. They drive too fast for me to try to keep up with them, though.
Paris says all order cars imported into New Zealand must not have asbestos brake shoes or pads.
Oh yeah, I know that. I don't know how I would be able to ship vehicles out of here because they have all that. I mean, do I ship it out of here with no brakes on it? Because where am I going to find pads that don't have asbestos in it?
Dan says, oh Jesus, that asbestos.
160 kilometers. So with 210 kilometers on the clock, we're going to be home. So no more fuel stops here for us. Easy.
Dan says real truckers can drive a switch with a sorry. My eyes get very tired. Sorry, Dan says real truckers can drive a twin stick setup.
Yeah.
Barry says I'm a mouth breather. Grace says, do they tip over ever?
No, they don't. They have all kinds of suspension stuff, they know what they're doing.
Josh says, I'm sure they do. Bruno says, I live in the only rat-free landmass in all of North America, so some of our weird rules work.
Yeah.
Dan says, I love gin. Dan also says, Barracuda in big trucks to be specific. You want to say goodbye to our people?
Okay, we're gonna head off, guys. We're gonna get off. We're gonna listen to some music in this last 160 kilometers and set the cruise. I guess you're not going to see the horrible road there is in Sinaloa, but that's probably better for you because the camera is going to be bouncing all over the place
Yeah.
and probably fall off with how violent everything is. So I appreciate everybody being here and for all this time. So say goodbye. This is Beck.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for keeping us awake. And you're mean for making me read your words.
We'll see you tomorrow, Buff. And some of you guys too.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.